हमारे सामने है। बताओ बेटा, आज का पेपर 6 अप्रैल की मॉर्निंग शिफ्ट का कैसा रहा?
नॉर्मल था, मतलब जेनिक था थोड़ा सा। मेरे को लगा केमिस्ट्री कंपैरेटिवली इजी थी जितने पिछले शिफ्ट से आया था, बट ठीक था, एवरेज से गया मेरा थोड़ा।
ठीक है, करके बात करते हैं। फिजिक्स के बारे में क्या फीलिंग है?
फिजिक्स लेंदी थी थोड़ी इस बार।
तुमको लेंथी लगी? ठीक है, केमिस्ट्री का बताओ।
केमिस्ट्री कंपैरेटिवली इजी था पिछले शिफ्ट से जो मैंने देखे।
अच्छा, जो कि एक नया एस्पेक्ट रहा है केमिस्ट्री में, जनवरी में भी था, अप्रैल में भी है, मल्टी स्टेटमेंट क्वेश्चंस।
हाँ।
कैसा क्या?
मल्टी स्टेटमेंट काफ़ी आए थे इस बार।
काफ़ी आए थे,
4-5 क्वेश्चंस आए थे अराउंड मल्टी स्टेटमेंट।
सब्जेक्ट की स्प्रेडनेस कैसी थी? मतलब कंप्लीट कवरेज थी सब्जेक्ट की, या कुछ स्पेसिफिक चैप्टर पे ज़्यादा जोर दिया गया था?
इलेक्ट्रोकेमिस्ट्री काफ़ी कम था, बट बाकी तो ओवरऑल सेम सा ही था जैसे पिछले शिफ्ट में था। हाँ।
और हम तीनों ब्रांच की बात कर रहे हैं, फिजिकल की, ऑर्गेनिक की और इनऑर्गेनिक की, तो क्या लगा तुम्हें कि कहीं से कुछ ज़्यादा था या थोड़ा डिसबैलेंस था इसमें?
मेरे को लगता है इनऑर्गेनिक से थोड़ा कम आया अब की बार, ऑर्गेनिक से अच्छा है अब की बार।
और मैथ्स के बारे में बताओ।
मैथ्स ठीक था ना, मैथ
देखा है पूरा पेपर?
मैथ में थोड़ा
हाथ तंग है, हाथ तंग है। चलो, थैंक यू।
ऐसे ऐसे
बच्चे को पकड़ो।
बेटा एग्जाम दे के आए हो?
हाँ, मैडम से बता, मैडम को बताओ। अच्छा, ये आ गया बच्चा। हाँ बेटा, हाउ वाज योर एग्जाम टुडे?
It was fine, okay था।
हाउ मेनी क्वेश्चंस यू अटेम्प्टेड?
50 plus something like 55 के around।
55. And what's your feeling in individual subject physics, chemistry and mathematics?
Maths इस बार comparatively easy आया था, जैसे मेरा पहला shift
मैथ्स इजी था या इस बार इजी लगा?
इस बार comparatively easier लगा मेरे।
आप ज़्यादा प्रिपेयर होंगे ऐसा तो नहीं, इसलिए इजी लगा?
इस बार थोड़ा ज़्यादा प्रिपेयर होकर आया था, बिकॉज पिछली बार मैथ्स बहुत हार्ड आ गया था। 28 शिफ्ट 1 मैंने दिया था, तो उसका सबसे हार्डेस्ट मैथ्स गया था, तो मैंने थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा प्रिपेयर किया था।
तो इस बार आपका ये मानना है कि थोड़ा लेस कैलकुलेटिव पेपर आ रहा है मैथ्स का?
नहीं, मतलब कैलकुलेशन ठीक था, बट कंपेरेटिवली थोड़ा सा ईजी साइड में था। जैसे वो वाले क्वेश्चन थे, तो उसमें कोनिक्स और वो सारे उसके जो क्वेश्चन थे वो काफ़ी तौर पे ज़्यादा हार्डर थे।
अच्छा, अगर ये देखा जाए तो सारे चैप्टर की कवरेज थी मैथमेटिक्स में?
ज़्यादा जो वेटेज मिला था वो कोनिक्स को मिला था इस बार।
कोनिक्स से ज़्यादा थे? अच्छा, व्हाट अबाउट फिजिक्स? फिजिक्स के बारे में?
फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री दोनों में ही काफ़ी तौर पे इक्वल वेटेज मिला था। केमिस्ट्री में थोड़ा सा मैंने ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनिक का देखा था, ऑर्गेनिक और फिजिकल मैंने इनऑर्गेनिक उतना नहीं देखा था, तो यही था।
तो इनऑर्गेनिक कम था, ज़्यादा था?
इनऑर्गेनिक कम था।
इनऑर्गेनिक कम था। फिजिक्स के बारे में? फिजिक्स के बारे में?
फिजिक्स का मेरे को भी उतना आइडिया नहीं है, याद नहीं है।
चलो, थैंक यू एंड ऑल द बेस्ट।
मेरे को थोड़ा सा हार्डर साइड में लगा था इस बार।
फिजिक्स थोड़ा सा हार्ड लगा। चलो, थैंक यू।
पास कर रहे हैं।
अरे छोड़ो छोड़ो,
अबे
अरे छोड़ो 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 यार, सब नहीं पढ़ना।
मैं अभी प्रोफेशन पे खड़ा हूँ, बोल नहीं सकता मैं अभी।
कितने हो गए?
6 हो गए। 5
प्लीज आओ।
कोई बात नहीं, बता दो।
एक और बच्चा हमारे
कैसा क्या तो बता दो, या दूसरे बच्चों के लिए आ जाओ।
दूसरे बच्चों की हेल्प भी करनी चाहिए, आ जाओ। तो एक और बच्चा हमारे साथ जुड़ गया है, तो इससे पूछते हैं आज के पेपर के बारे में, फीडबैक लेते हैं। बताओ बेटा, ओवरऑल ये एग्ज़ाम किस तरीके का था?
ओवरऑल इसमें अगर मैं सबका एक एक करके पैटर्न बताऊं तो मैथ्स हमेशा की तरह टफ था, जिसमें मतलब ज़्यादा लेंथी होता है, ज़्यादा सॉल्व करने वाला पार्ट। फिज़िक्स में मैं बताऊं तो मुझे कंफ्यूजिंग लगा, कई क्वेश्चन समझ नहीं आ रहे थे, कंफ्यूजिंग लगा फिज़िक्स। और केमिस्ट्री बताऊं तो केमिस्ट्री ईजी था। केमिस्ट्री में बस नॉर्मल वो देखकर आंसर करने वाले थे कि ये क्या है, ये क्या है, सिंपल आंसर।
केमिस्ट्री में बताओ, इनऑर्गेनिक ज़्यादा थी या कम थी?
मेरे ख्याल से इनऑर्गेनिक तो शायद कम थी।
तो ज़्यादा एम्फेसिस किसके ऊपर था? आराम से आराम से आराम से, घबराना थोड़ी है और क्या, रिलैक्स रिलैक्स। हाँ बताओ।
हाँ, क्या पूछा था आप?
केमिस्ट्री के बारे में पूछ रहा था, इनऑर्गेनिक और ऑर्गेनिक और फिजिकल में बैलेंस था, क्या फील किया तुमने?
मेरे ख्याल से ऑर्गेनिक ज़्यादा था।
अच्छा।
और इनऑर्गेनिक थोड़ी कम थी, लेकिन इनऑर्गेनिक भी क्वेश्चन थे, मतलब बैलेंस नहीं कर सकता, बट ठीक ही था, बीच में था। कैसे?
चलो, अब नेक्स्ट क्या करना है? एडवांस की तैयारी?
एडवांस की तैयारी तो नहीं है, बट कॉलेज लूँगा JEE मेन से सीधा, जो भी आएगा।
एडवांस ही दोगे?
एडवांस अगर आ गया तो एलिजिबल होगा तब दूंगा।
नहीं, हमारी तरफ से बेस्ट विशेष है, तो मैं डेफिनेटली एडवांस में क्वालिफिकेशन का मौका मिलेगा। एडवांस के लिए ऑल द बेस्ट।
And now, let's tackle some chemistry questions.
Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to Narayana Educational Institutions. Today, 6th of April, Shift 1 morning session JEE Mains question has started coming to us through our team, through our students. Yes, there will be some issues here and there, like someone is saying the option was asking the mass, someone is saying it was mole. I'll discuss in both ways. So some 7 questions of chemistry has came. Let us start with first question of organic chemistry. So see what it is, such a basic reaction. I hope all of you must be so expert with this particular reaction. They have just tried a little tricky, I would say they are trying to be tricky, though didn't work out, is just changing it by efficiency to 60%. I think that is not much complex of a calculation for all of you. So what is the question? Consider the reaction. It is the reduction of phenol with zinc dust to benzene. Okay. Find the number of moles of benzene formed if efficiency of reaction is 60%. And in the reaction they have mentioned 4.7 grams of phenol to be taken. Okay. So how many moles of benzene is formed? Let us start. If you see what is the molecular weight of phenol, molecular weight of phenol is 94. So if the efficiency is 100%, then from 94 gram of phenol, we'll get 1 mole of benzene, C6H6. Therefore, from 4.7 gram of phenol, we will get 1 upon 94 multiplied by 4.7 mole of benzene. But this is only when the efficiency is 100%. With 60% efficiency, if this is further, efficiency is decreased. So 1 by 94 into 4.7, 60 upon 100 mole of benzene is formed. If we'll solve this, we'll get 0.03 mole of benzene formed, right? So as I said that some students are saying it is mole. If it is mole, then here answer is third. Just in case, if they are asking your question in the format that what is the weight of benzene formed, if so weight of benzene if is asked, then it is 0.03 into 78, it is coming 2 point, give me a second, yeah, coming back 2.34 grams, right? 2.34 grams if it is asked in weight with 60% efficiency. Either ways, the calculations are quite simple. The reaction considered is very basic. I hope this was easy question for all of you. Coming to next question, sucrose hydrolysis in acidic medium to form glucose and fructose, which follows first order kinetics. Now, first order kinetics has been asked continuously in all the papers. If the half-life of sucrose is 3 hours, then the percentage of sucrose left after 6 hours. I think most of you would have not even picked pen to solve this question, right? Like the percentage of sucrose, if it was 100, then in 3 hours it was 50, then in next 3 hours it was 25 as percentage. That is why I started with 100 moles initially. So 25 after 6 hours, we will be left with 25% of the sucrose taken initially, right? This is such a simple question, but we shouldn't take it lightly. Even more questions are coming. They will definitely compensate in the further physical questions. The time will be consumed in calculations later. Vitamin. Next question is from vitamin. Again in session 2, that is in April session, vitamin this time is coming third time in a row, right? In January session, it was not so dominating in papers, but in this session, it is continuously coming. So all those for whom the paper is still left, do practice vitamin diseases and availability table given in NCERT. Because as you can see, this one is directly from that table in NCERT. See how scurvy. Now what is scurvy? Scurvy is bleeding of gums. And if we say bleeding of gums, so P, bleeding of gums, is matching with vitamin C ascorbic acid. Okay, for good gum health, we need strong supply of vitamin C. So, if you don't have vitamin C supply, then bleeding of gums comes, and that is why P is to be matched with third. What is Q? Convulsions. Convulsions are somewhat, I can say, like fits. Okay. So that is a disease or a condition which appears in deficiency of vitamin B6. If you have a less supply of vitamin B6, what is B6? It is pyridoxine. Okay, pyridoxine, so it is matching with first. P should match with 3, Q should match with first. R is cheilosis. What is cheilosis or cheilosis? It is, fissuring of corners of lips or mouth. That is cheilosis, and it is due to deficiency of vitamin B12, right? It is due to deficiency of vitamin B, not B12, B2. So let us see what is B2 vitamin. B2 is riboflavin. Let us see where is riboflavin at number 4. So P is matching with 3, Q is matching with 1, R is matching with 4. Coming to the last, which is like the easiest, I think, xerophthalmia. What is xerophthalmia? It is hardening of cornea of eyes. And any eye diseases problem, always are associated with vitamin A. Second, right? Carrots, spinach are sources of vitamin A. We are asked to eat them often. So, by that you remember S matches with 2. Now, let us find which option is our possible answer. If I go for P3, I am getting only C as an option. Let us check it all. P3 is going good. Q is 1. R is 4. S is 2. Perfect. So, answer for this is C option. But certainly, even if you remember scurvy, if these option match as options are created, is actually which appeared in your paper, then it is easy, because C directly scurvy most of you might be remembering, and xerophthalmia most of you might be remembering. So option is C. Moving to next question. And what an important basic simple question. Amine's chapter, physical properties, if you go through NCERT, that particular subtopic, you will find a table of compounds which are different degrees of amines, alcohol, boiling point and physical properties are given. Table is there in NCERT. So whatever they are asking is from the table in NCERT. Let us compare the boiling point. So N-butanol, that is NC4H9OH. Strength of H bond for alcohols is highest, 390.3 Kelvin. Next comes is, so this is A, B, primary amine. If I have isomeric primary amine and secondary amine and tertiary amine, then with decrease in hydrogen attached to nitrogen, extent of H bonding will decrease. So boiling point will automatically decrease. So this has boiling point of 350.8 Kelvin. I am taking the data from that table only that I just referred to you. This N-butane was not there. It was in 11th NCERT physical properties table. I will take it from there. It is 272.4 Kelvin. And last, not N, it is, let us erase this, go back to pen. So it is C2H5 whole twice NH, 2 degree amine. So it is 329.3 Kelvin. I am just adding these data to confirm and affirm what the possible answer is. Even if you don't remember the data, I hope you all must be remembering that the boiling point of alcohols is greater than isomeric amines or the similar molecular weight amines, but the water solubility of amines is much higher than this comparative molecular weight alcohols. Okay, if you remember that line, then also you have to have A at the top. Then once this is gone, comparing this becomes very easy. 2H, 1H. Why I am counting H? For hydrogen bonding. And lastly this C. So A, B, D, C. A, B, C, D, no. A, B, D, C. Okay. So answer is option number 2. Okay, I hope this is fine now. But as I always tell you, please read your NCERT carefully. Try to read it line by line, word by word, as many times as possible. Given below are two statements. Okay, the structures are given. Now, as far as these structures are concerned, again, there is a possibility that students, whosoever has told us, may be little confused with the carbon count. With the format that came to us, I am answering first with this. Then I will also share what possible manipulation could be done to this question, and then what answer could be there. Okay, so coming to this, now I find this pattern to be more intriguing for student. What? See, check, if you go by this, whenever there is a question for isomerism, the first step to start the question is count the carbon at least. Most of the time the carbons are not same and the entire statement becomes false, and this is what is done in statement number 1. Let us check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. It is a 9 carbon compound. Whereas this one, 6 member ring, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is a 10 carbon compound. So there is no question of being metamer. They are not even isomers. So this is false statement. That is why I always tell first start with counting the carbon. Sometimes that itself is not same, and not even in mains, even in advanced this particular concept has been used for this isomeric type of questions. Okay, in PYQ if you will go, you will find that type of comprehension once. Now this particular compound will show tautomerism. Well, see this compound shows tautomerism or not. But for tautomerism, the primary condition is having alpha hydrogen. For example, if I have acetaldehyde, then what we do? We exchange this alpha hydrogen, CH2 double bond CHOH. This is keto, this is enol, right? For keto-enol tautomerism in carbonyl compounds, we need to have alpha hydrogen, whereas the compound given in this second statement, it does not have any alpha hydrogen. Left no, right no. So there is no alpha hydrogen. And when there is no alpha hydrogen, there is no tautomerism. So it says that it will show tautomerism. Our comment is no, that will not show tautomerism. So conclusion, both statement 1 and statement 2 are incorrect. Okay, both statement 1 and 2 are incorrect. So answer for this as per what came to us is 4. As I said, I found this statement 1 to be better so that through this I can communicate you count the carbon concept. Now some students said that this was not there. In fact, they said this very same compound here. Okay, if, let us consider, if this second case was there in the paper, like this compound and this compound are metamers, if they are asking that type of question, then also the first statement remains false, because metamerism in ketones is an open chain on the basis of the name, like ethyl methyl ketone. In alkanes, in ketones, if I have ethyl, let us take diethyl, okay, diethyl ketone, and if I make it propyl methyl ketone, then this type open chain, when I can name it as a dialkyl ketone, then only I will refer to the term metamerism in case of ketones. Ketones are the only case where any type of structural isomerism is based on the common name dialkyl ketone. Otherwise, always structural isomerism is based on IUPAC nomenclature. It has very limited examples. Okay, in cyclic system, I cannot name it as dialkyl ketone. Okay, so we will not refer metamerism in such structures. So in that way also, like if the compound is different, in that condition also, answer remains D. Both statements are false. Okay, I hope this is clear. Let's move to another colleague of mine and another subject. We are ready with more questions.
Let us now explore a few questions from physics.
So, okay, hello, this is the question number 1 for JEE 2026, April 6th in physics. So, the question is saying somewhat in this manner, in AC series circuit supply voltage, Vrms is 100 volts, R is 80 ohm, XL is 80 ohm, and source frequency is 50 hertz. Find the power factor. As we know very well, the power factor for AC circuit we define by cos phi, most of you must be knowing, and since it is a series circuit, in series circuit is going to be R upon Z. The moment I am writing R upon Z, Z is the impedance of the circuit. So what we are writing here, where Z is the impedance and it is going to be R square plus XL square under root. R and XL both are given to be 80, 80, so I can say it is going to be 80 root 2. Once we are writing it is going to be 80 root 2 is my Z. So what is my cos phi? Cos phi is going to be R upon Z. It is 80 upon 80 root 2. So what we can say here, the cos phi is equal to 1 upon root 2. So the correct answer should be 1 upon root 2. Now we should go for the next question. That is a question number 2. That's what we are observing here. A block of mass m is released from height h on a smooth plane. If normal force on top of the circular part is 3 mg, find h he is asking. We are given the normal reaction at this point n is 3 mg. Here is the weight mg. Let us say speed at this point is going to be v. If v is my speed, then by equation of circular motion, if we follow, then what we can say, net force towards the center should be equated with m into a is radial acceleration, so v square upon r. So I can say here normal reaction and weight both are acting in the downward direction, so we write n plus mg is equal to mv square upon radius of the path, isn't it? Once we get this here, so n is given in the question as to be 3 mg, so if I put 3 mg plus mg is equal to mv square upon r. What we are getting from here, if I eliminate this here m, so what we can say, v square is equal to 4 times r into g. So I get one equation here, it is what my v square. Since he is asking you to height, we can write simply once the body is coming from here to this position. So how much the loss in the potential energy, we can say body has fallen down by what distance. So we can say by conservation of energy, or rather conservation of mechanical energy if you want to be more precise. Here we are writing since surface is to be smooth, that's why there is no friction and energy can be conserved. That is what we understand. Here I am writing loss in the potential energy, rather we can say loss in gravitational potential energy is equal to gain in kinetic energy. Okay, loss in the potential energy, as that is what we are writing, it is going to be h minus 2r, body is coming down. If it is coming down by h minus 2r, so I can say loss in the potential energy is mg into h minus 2r should be equal to half m v square. V square already we have done in this case, so I can write it as half m into v square is going to be 4r into g. So if you solve it here, mg This mg goes out, this 2 is 2 here. So we're writing here h minus 2r is equal to 2r. So what we can say here from, so this simply implies that h should be equal to 4r. That means the correct answer according to this is second. Is it okay? I hope you people can understand it easily. Let us go for the next question. Here is the third question. That is what question is reading somewhat in this way. Electric field at center of the semicircular ring of radius 10 centimeter is 100 volt per meter. Find charge on the ring if charge distribution is uniform. Okay, so now you know, if there is a semicircular ring and if the semicircular ring has given some charge, then we know if suppose linear charge density on the ring is lambda, and if I want to find my field intensity somewhere here, so what is my field intensity E at the center is going to be 1 upon 2 pi epsilon 0 lambda divided by radius of the semicircular ring, if this is taken to be r. R is given to be in the question as 10 centimeter, isn't it? So once I am writing EC, he is saying electric field at the center is 100 volt per meter. The ones I write here, so the only thing, if you know this formula, I have to get my answer in terms of epsilon naught only. So I write lambda is equal to 2 pi epsilon 0 r into 100. He is asking you to find the charge on the ring. You know, charge is equal to q is equal to lambda into the length of the ring, and length of the ring we know is going to be pi r. If I am writing lambda into pi r, so lambda is going to be 2 pi epsilon 0 into r. R we can write 10 centimeter, that is 1 upon 10 meter into 100, that is what we have written lambda, into pi into r, again we can write it as 1 upon 10. The moment I am writing it is going to be 1 upon 10, this 100 goes out with this 100. So what we are getting it here now, it is going to be 2 times pi square epsilon naught. If we assume since pi square is nearly 10, so what we can say, your answer should be here, q should be equal to 20 epsilon 0. So that means the correct answer for this question should be answer number 2. I hope it is clear. Again, it is a very simple question. So only thing is that if we remember the formula at the center of the ring, we can write the answer directly for this question. Let us go for the next question now. Here is the next question, what he is saying. It is an unpolarized light with intensity I naught incident on a polarizer. So what we can say, he is saying there is some polarizer, so you can consider this first as our polarizer. Find the angle between the axis of the polarizer and analyzer so that intensity of emergent light is 3I naught upon 8. Again is a very simple question. Let us say I consider this first one as my polarizer, and that is what you're writing, it is going to be analyzer. The angle between the axis of the polarizer and analyzer, that is what he is asking the question. Let us assume it to be theta. You know, by law of Malus, if this is the intensity, because he is saying it is an unpolarized light. When unpolarized light passes through a polarizer, then you can say the intensity of the light which is coming out from here is going to be a polarized light. So it is going to be an unpolarized light, and this is going to be a polarized light. The moment I am saying it is going to be my polarized light, let me say this intensity is becoming I1. You know very well by law of Malus. Okay. This I1 is going to be I naught cos square theta. But since it is an unpolarized light, so we can say the mean value of cos square theta, because theta can take any value for an unpolarized light. So I1 will become I naught upon 2. So if I write I1 is equal to I naught upon 2, and then he is saying the intensity which is coming out from here is becoming 3I naught upon 8. So what does it mean? Here I can say, therefore, for analyzer, if I am writing, so what is this is for analyzer. If I am writing for analyzer, it is going to be how much? I can write, suppose this intensity is 3I naught by 8, or let me write 3I naught upon 8 is equal to I1. Angle I am assuming is theta, so it will be cos square theta. I1 we already done, so we can write 3I naught upon 8 is equal to I1 is going to be I naught upon 2 into cos square theta. The moment we are writing this thing, again we can simplify this quite easy. It is going to be 4. That means cos theta is equal to under root 3 divided by 2. The moment we say this is going to be, this implies that theta is equal to how much? Is going to be 30 degree. Theta is equal to 30 degree. That means 4 is the right option for this question. Is it okay? I hope. Let's go for the next question. Here's the next question. He is saying a point charge particle q is equal to 3 coulomb is placed at point A 0, -2, -5 and taken to point B, that is 2, 1 and 3 in the electric field. He is defining electric field is going to be 2xi cap plus 3y square j cap plus 4k cap. Find the work done by the electric field. You know, as electric field is a conservative field, so work done by the conservative field is independent of path, whatever path we are following. We are taking the particle from A to B by any path, but the main point here to be noted here, this electric field is going to be a variable quantity. So once we write electric field is going to be here, so and work done by the electrical force W is equal to going to be how much? I write delta W is equal to force dot displacement. So I write delta W is equal to integral of F dot dr. The moment I am writing F dot dr, but we know this force is my electrical force is going to be Q into E field. We can write in this manner. So vectorically if I write Q into E. E is given to be something, so I just substitute this value. Okay, it is going to be Q is given to be 3 beta. So I write 3 into E is going to be 2x I cap plus 3y square j cap plus 4k cap. So first of all, if I write my force relation here, it is going to be 3 into 2, 6 x I cap plus 9 y square j cap plus 12 k cap. Once we write these values here, so now come back for work done. Delta W is equal to, since my force is a variable factor, so I have to write my dr in this manner, 6x I cap 9y square j cap plus 12 k cap. This dot dr is dxi cap, dyj cap, dz k cap. I hope you people can understand this. I am writing my F dot dr. If I take the dot product of this, I am writing now delta W, so I am integrating it. I will say I dot I rest all is 0, j dot j, so we get it as 6x dx integral x is going from 0 to 2, so we take it from 0 to 2 plus 9y square, so we write 9y square dy. It is integrated from, again y is going from -2 to where, which point we are going is 1. Then I am writing plus is going to be dz, it is 12 into dz. dz is going from where to where? From -5 to, it is going to 4. That is going from -5 to 3. Sorry, not 4. It is going from -5 to 3. Isn't it? Once you integrate, is quite simple integration, and we are getting it is going to be 6 into x square upon 2. Limits are going from 0 to 2 plus 9. It is going to be y cube upon 3 minus 2 to 1 plus 12 into dz is z only. So it is going to be z and is going from -5 to 3. Once we simplify, this is 6 by 2, so we can write is going to be 3 here. So if you simplify, it is 3 x square. X square is going to be 4 minus 0 plus 9 by 3 is going to be 3. Y cube means 1 minus -2 whole cube, and then I am writing plus 12 into 3 minus -5. That's the value. The moment if you simplify, it is going to be 12 plus, it is going to be 3 into 2 to the 4 to 8, but it will come with a minus, 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 plus. It is 8 plus 1, 9. This is there, plus 12 into 3 plus 5 is going to be 8 here. So it is going to be 12 plus 27 plus 96. So what we are getting here, if you 12 plus 2 to the 4 to 8, 9, 5 and 3, 96. Anyway, the 7 and 2, 9 and 9 and 6 is 5, 9 and 2, 11. $15, 9 and 2, 11 and 1, 12 and 13, 135. The 135 joule, that means 2 is the right answer for this question. So 135 joule, that's the question.
Let us now explore a few questions from physics.
Hello students. So my name is Amit Tyagi and today I will discuss some of the questions of today's morning sheet paper. So as you can see, the first question is related to the laws of motion chapter. Find least value of mu such that system move together without slipping. So here we can see we have a bigger block and the two blocks given, that is 2 kg mass and 1.5 kg masses. And these two blocks should not slip over the bigger one. So here the acceleration of the bigger one is given g by 2. So if we draw the free body diagram of these two blocks with respect to the bigger one. In that case, the net force acting on the two blocks, that should be 0. So if I draw the diagram for the 2 kg mass first, so this is the 2 kg mass free body diagram. Its weight 2g, that is acting in downward direction. Normal action, let us say N1. Tension in the string, I am assuming here, that is T. Pseudo force on the 2 kg mass, so that will be equal to 2a, that is 2 into g by 2, and friction force in this direction. Now for the least value of mu, we can say this friction force, this should be the maximum static friction force here. So I can say here this one is F S max 1. So there's a free body diagram for the 2 kg mass with respect to the capital M mass. Capital M mass, we are considering this one. Now similarly, the free body diagram of 1.5 kg mass with respect to capital M, that also we can draw here. Weight 1.5 g in downward direction, tension T in upward direction. Now on this friction force, again the same thing, limiting friction force Fs max 2 from the wall, normal action N2, and pseudo force towards left, that is 1.5 g by 2 mass into acceleration of the reference frame. So here we can see the value of N1, that is equal to 2g, and the value of N2 is equal to 3 by 2 into g by 2, that is 3g by 4. So we can write the value of Fs max 1 and Fs max 2. Fs max 1 will be mu n1 and Fs max 2 will be mu n2. Now we can write the equation for the two blocks, that is T minus Fs max 1 minus 2 into g by 2, and this will be equal to 0. So we can write T is equal to g, this 2 will be cancelled, plus mu n1 is 2g. And similarly, we can write the equation for the second block also. Net force we can do on the second block also 0. So we can write T plus Fs max 2 is equal to 3 by 2g, or we can write T is equal to 3 by 2g minus mu times n2. N2 is 3g by 4, and these two t value we can equate. So we can write g plus 2 mu g is equal to 3 by 2g minus 3 by 4 mu g. Now this we have. So from here we can calculate the value of mu. Both the sides g will be cancelled. So you'll get 2 mu plus 3 by 4 mu is equal to 3 by 2 minus 1. So from here we'll get mu is equal to 2 by 11. So this is the answer of the problem. You can see option A, that is the correct answer. Now the next question is related to the simple harmonic motion. You can see here the time period of SHM of a particle is 16 seconds. So capital T, that is given to us, is equal to 16 seconds. Now find the minimum time to move from x equal to a to x equal to a by root 2. If you consider this x equal to 0, mean position, and this extreme position x equal to a, and in between we have x equal to a by root 2. So we need the time, this minimum time will be this one. Directly if we move from a to a by root 2. So here, as we know in this, time taken from 0 to a by root 2 and a by root 2 to a, that is what? Same. And 0 to a is how much? T by 4. So we can say this time t, this will be equal to t by 8 seconds. So that will be 16 by 8 is equal to 2 seconds. Now the next question is, a small cubical region of side 1 millimeter is placed at the center of current I 1 ampere carrying loop, circular loop of radius 1 meter. Find kinetic energy stored in the cube. Now we have a circular loop which is carrying a current 1 ampere, and at the center of this current carrying loop we are keeping a very small cube of side length 1 millimeter. So in this, what we have to find the energy stored within the cube. So here we can see the dimension of the cube is very small in comparison to the radius. So we can assume that everywhere within the volume the magnetic field is constant, and that is equal to B is equal to mu naught I by 2R, magnetic field at the center of the circular loop. So here energy we can relate with the help of energy density, that is B square by 2 mu naught, this is energy stored per unit volume, into volume V. So we can write U is equal to 1 by 2 mu naught into B square, mu naught square I square upon 4 R square into A cube, side length of cube, that is A. So we can write volume of the cube, that is A cube. Now here mu naught will be cancelled, so we'll get mu naught I square upon 8 R square into 8 cube. Now we can substitute the values in this. Mu naught is 4 pi into 10 power minus 7. Current I is given 1 ampere, so 1 square upon 8 into R 1 meter, again 1 square into A cube. A, now this A here, that is this one is 1 millimeter. So this we can write A 1 upon 1000 cube. This we can write. Okay, this is a side length radius is given. This 1 millimeter. This is a you can see here. So here this A, that is 1 meter, is the radius, and cubical side length, that is 1 millimeter. So we can write 1 upon 1000 cube. So here if you see this 4 pi upon 8, this will become pi by 2, and this is 10 to the power minus 7 into 1 by 1000 cube. So this you can write 10 to the power minus 9. So this will be equal to pi by 2 into 10 to the power minus 16 joules. So you can see option B, that is the correct answer for this. Now the next problem is, a spherical refracting surface separating the media with refractive index n equal to 1 and n2 is equal to 1.4 as shown. Object is placed at 4r from surface and r is a curvature radius as shown. We have to find the magnitude of magnification. So magnification produced by the spherical surface, what we can write? That we can write m is equal to mu1 v upon mu2 u, and we have to calculate the magnitude of it. So we can take the mod. Now what we required, v, mu1 we know, mu2 we know, u is given, what we have to calculate, that is v. So we can use the reflection formula, that is mu2 by v minus mu1 by u is equal to mu2 minus mu1 by r. Now in this we can substitute the values. So we can write 1.4 upon v minus 1 upon u. U value is what? That is minus 4r. We can write is equal to mu2 1.4 minus mu1 is 1 and the value of r, that is plus r. So from here if we calculate v, we'll get v is equal to 1.4 into 4r upon 0.6. So this is the value of v. Now if we substitute v over here, we can calculate the magnification. Mu1, that is 1 into 1.4 into 4r upon 0.6 divided by mu2 is 1.4 and u magnitude, that is 4r. We are calculating the magnitude of the magnification. So we are not putting the sign here. So 4r will be cancelled, 1.4 cancelled. So 1 upon 0.6, that is 0.5 by 3. So answer, you can say A option, that is the correct answer for this. Ratio of wavelength of the first and second line of Balmer series in hydrogen spectra is. So first, if we see the Balmer series over here, suppose there is a n equal to 1, then n equal to 2, n equal to 3, n equal to 4. These are the different energy levels 1, 2, 3, 4. So Balmer series transition taking place, all the transition taking place n equal to 2. So first wavelength, we can write 1 by lambda 1 is equal to r, z value is 1, into 1 by n1 square, that is 1 by 2 square, minus 1 by n2 square, that is 1 by 3 square. So from here we get the value of lambda 1. We can write lambda 1, this will be equal to 9 minus 4 5. So this will be 36 r by 36 by 5 r. This r will be in denominator. 36 by 5 r. So this is lambda 1 and lambda 2 we can find for the next transition, that is 4, n equal to 4, so n equal to 2. So that is equal to r 1 by 2 square minus 1 by 4 square. So if we calculate this one, we get lambda 2. So this lambda 2 will comes out, that is 16 by 3r. So here we have lambda 1 and lambda 2. So we can calculate the ratio of these two. We can write lambda 1 by lambda 2 is equal to 36 divided by 5r upon 16 divided by 3r. So it will comes out, this will become 27 by 20. So option C, that is the correct answer for this problem. Now the next problem is power drawn by resistance 1 kilo ohm is 4 milliwatt. Find value of RS. Now here if you see the power given for the 1 kilo ohm, so we can write P is equal to V square by R. With the help of this we can calculate the potential difference across the R, 1 kilo ohm resistance. So we can write P is equal to V square by R. Power is 4 milliwatt 10 power minus 3 is equal to V square upon R, 1 kilo ohm, 1 into 10 to the power 3. So from here we'll get V square equal to 4. So we'll get V is equal to 2 volts. So potential difference across R ohm resistance, that we have 2 volts. Now here if you see across the source we have 5 volt. So 5 volt minus 2 volt will be the potential difference across RS and that will be equal to 3 volt. So we can write Vs is equal to I into Rs. So Vs is 3, I 4 into 10 power minus 3 into Rs. So the value of Rs we have 3 by 4 into 1000. So this will be 750 ohms. So option D, that is the correct answer for this problem. Now the next problem, it is related to the elasticity chapter. That is, two wires A and B of same area are subjected to equal tensile forces, gets elongated by same amount. The ratio of Young's modulus of two materials is YA upon YB is equal to 20 by 11. Find the ratio of the lengths of the two wire LA upon LB. We can write stress F upon A is equal to Y, that is by A, into delta L upon LA. Stress is equal to Y into strain. Now here, given that for two wire we have same area of cross section, same tensile force and the same elongation also. So we can write this will also be equal to YB into delta L upon LB. So both the side, if you see, then delta L will be cancelled. So you can write LA upon LB. This will be equal to YA upon YB, and the ratio of YA YB is given 20 by 11. So option B, that is the correct answer for this problem. The next question, it is related to the Young's double slit experiment. In YDIC, path difference for 2 points P and Q are lambda by 3 and lambda by 6 respectively. The ratio of intensities at P and Q is, we know the path difference at the point P and Q, then with the help of these two path difference we can find the phase difference as those 2 points. So for point P, delta phi, we can calculate, this will be equal to 2 pi by lambda into delta x at point P. So that is equal to 2 pi by lambda into lambda by 3 is equal to 2 pi by 3. That is delta phi P. And similarly we can write delta phi Q. This will be equal to 2 pi by lambda into delta x Q, which is given lambda by 6. So 2 pi by lambda into lambda by 6 is equal to pi by 3. Now we can use the intensity formula. We can write I intensity, that is equal to 2 I naught into 1 plus cos delta phi, where I naught is the intensity of individual slits. So we can write here I, this will be equal to at point P 2 I naught into 1 plus cos 2 pi by 3. So cos 2 pi by 3, that is cos 120 degree. The value of cos 120 degree is what? That is minus 1 by 2. So we can write 2 I naught into 1 minus 1 by 2. So this will be equal to I naught. And for the point Q, we can write IQ is equal to 2 I naught into 1 plus cos pi by 3. Cos pi by 3, that is cos 60. Cos 60 value is what? That is plus 1 by 2. So we can write 2 I naught into 1 plus 1 by 2. So this will be equal to 3 I naught. So the ratio of intensity of these 2 points, we can write this will be equal to 1 by 3. So option B, that is the correct answer for this problem. Now there is a question related to the thermodynamics. A 1 mole sample of gas undergoes an isothermal process in which volume changes from 3 liter to 1 liter. Find work done on the gas if initial pressure was 3 into 10 power 5 Pascal. Now in case of isothermal process, we know the formula of work done, that is delta W is equal to nRT ln, that is a natural log V final upon V initial, and nRT we can write PV. So P initial, V initial, ln V final upon V initial. Now P initial is how much? That is 3 into 10 to the power 5 Pascal into V initial. V initial is 3 liter. So you can say that would be 3 into 10 to the power minus 3 meter cube. So 3 into 10 to the power minus 3 into ln V final is 1 and V initial is 3. So here we'll get 900 ln 3 with minus sign. But in this we have to calculate only the magnitude. So we can write the magnitude of work done, that is equal to what? 900 ln 3. So this is a work done in the process. So we can say option B, that is the correct answer for this problem.
And now, let's tackle some chemistry questions.
Hello, so here we are with some more organic questions. First one is 2-propanol is treated with copper at 573 Kelvin. Okay, 573 is 300 degrees centigrade. So we are passing 2-degree alcohol vapors over heated copper at 300 degrees centigrade. What happens at this 1-degree and 2-degree alcohols when passed over red hot copper undergo dehydrogenation or oxidation? So ketone is formed from isopropanol. In the second reaction, that is isopropanol is treated with acetic acid in presence of H plus. So acetic acid in presence of H plus when treated with any alcohol, let it be H2SO4. Okay, what happens is we have removal of water, and yes, intentionally I am writing OH is to be removed from acetic acid and H is removed from alcohol. What are we getting? CH3COO isopropyl. So we are getting isopropyl acetate. Correct? We are getting isopropyl acetate. So let us see what is our possible answer here. So we are getting CH3COCH3. Yes, this seems to be appropriate by this logic, but it is isopropyl and here side acetate. Yes, very good. So this option, if you check, they have returned it in a slight confusing way. Otherwise, it is not a problem. This is this one. See, acetate, isopropyl. So correct answer for this question is A. Right? Moving to question number next is 2-methyl-propene is added into a solvent. 2-methyl-propene. Let us first write what is the structure of 2-methyl-propene. Is added into a solvent, mixture of ethyl acetate and ether. So it is slightly polar solvent and the RF value, right, retention factor value is found to be 0.42. Right? If the same 2-methyl-propene is reacted with dilute H2SO4, so then it becomes 2-methylpropanol. The major product obtained is X. So this is our X. Predict the RF value for X. Okay. So what logic they are using? When the compound which is subjected to chromatography, right, with increase in its polarity, its retention factor increases. As its mobility is decreased, it is now held by the stationary phase. It is attracted by the stationary phase more, so its mobility is decreased, and with decreased mobility, what was the retention factor? RF factor is distance moved by solute upon distance moved by solvent. So with increase in this polarity, its movement is decreasing. So distance moved by the solute is decreasing. If that distance is decreasing, RF numerical value will decrease. Coming to this, so originally it was 0.42. I will have to find an option which is having numerical value less than 0.42. 0.12, yes, less. 0.42 equal 0.65, 0.84, no. So correct answer for this is A. Okay, moving to next question. Compound, match compounds in column with column 2. So here I see these are amino acids and here we see some tests are given in column 2. For this, we need to know what is the possible structure for these amino acids. Even if you don't know the exact structure, some basic idea if you have, then it will work out. For example, lysine. Now, what is lysine? First, what is the general structure? Let us move to the next page. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Yes. So we are back. Let us go to what we were discussing. So I was telling what is the structure. In general, if we are considering the structure of an amino acid, it is naturally available amino acids are alpha amino acids like this, right? For different amino acid names, this R keep on changing. That is the only difference. Now, for different amino acid mentioned in our question, first one is lysine. Lysine is a basic amino acid, and for that basic amino acid, it is CH2 4 times NH2. This is the structure of R. One name given is glutamine. In case of glutamine, it is amide of glutamic acid, aspartic acid, glutamic acid, two acidic amino acids. So CH2 2 times CONH2. It has amide functional group in its alkyl group. Okay. Then one was serine. Serine has the alkyl group as CH2OH, and one was tyrosine. It has CH2 and then phenol. So if these are the structures which are there for different amino acid alkyl groups, let us come back to the question. Lysine, I just showed you lysine is a basic amino acid and an extra NH2. So extra NH2 will go with Hinsberg test. What was Hinsberg test? We have to treat amines with tosyl chloride. If it is a primary amine, it will form a white precipitate soluble in base. So that is Hinsberg test. So A will go with first. A will go with first. Move to B. B, I just told you, is an amide. Okay. See, Hoffman bromamide starting material, matlab whatever the particular amino acid is, should give Hoffman bromide reaction. Yes, it is the starting material of Hoffman bromide because it has the amide linkage. So B will go with 2. C, serine. Serine was having CH2OH. So it is an aliphatic alcohol. And all alcohols 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree change color of steric ammonium nitrate due to complex formation. So C will go with third. Okay. D, tyrosine. Tyrosine was having a phenolic OH. So phenolic OH, it will react with neutral FeCl3 giving violet coloration. So A1, B2, okay, A1, B2, C3, D4. It appears answer is A. Okay. So this one is slightly tricky, but if you have already remembered the structure of amino acid, you could have done this. Okay. So let's move to the next set of questions.
Now let's look at some questions from mathematics.
Hi guys, this is K. Srinivasrao, K. Sir, Senior Mathematics Lecturer in Narayana Educational Institutions. Today we are going to discuss 6th April 26 morning session, first session paper, which are some memory based questions which were given by the students. Okay, so this is the first question, that is related to sequence series. Then we'll start it. So what is given? The value of 1 cube minus 2 cube plus 3 cube and so on 15 cube equal to dash. So we will write the given expression as 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube plus and so on plus 15 cube. So minus of, actually we have minus 2 cube minus 4 cube and so on something. So we added all the even cubes, so that we have to subtract 2 times. 2 times of, it is 2 cube plus 4 cube plus 6 cube plus and so on plus 14 cube. So sum of the cubes of 15 natural number, that was given by 15 into 15 plus 1 by 2 whole square minus, take 2 common, 2 cube comes out, 2 cube 8 into 2 16, then it is 1 cube plus 2 cube plus and so on, 7 cube is there. That was given by 7 into 7 plus 1 by 2 whole square. So then it is 16 by 8, 120 whole square minus 16 into this is 28 whole square. 28 whole square. Then this is 120, 144, 2 zeros minus 16 into 28 whole square is it is 784, I think, 784. So 14400 minus 784 into 16, that was 64. 128 6 134 112 125. So it is minus 125 By subtracting, we will get 1856, which is the first option. That is the first question. Next question, it belongs to definite integration. So by using properties, definite integral properties, we can do it. So little bit lengthy calculation, but easy question only. So take the question, integral minus pi by 4 to pi by 4, 32 cos power 4 theta by 1 plus e power sin theta d theta. So we have one formula, integral minus a to a f of x dx. We can write it as integral 0 to a f of x plus f of minus x dx. We can write a property is there. According to that, keep 32 outside. Integral, it is 0 to pi by 4. Then it is f of x is cos power 4 theta by 1 plus e power sin theta plus cos power 4, cos square of power, even power is there, no, it becomes positive. Cos power 4 theta by 1 plus e power, sin of minus theta is minus sin theta, it was minus sin theta. So it is 32 into, by taking LCM, we will get integral 0 to pi by 4. It is cos power 4 theta d theta will get. So it is 32 into, if you expand this, integral 0 to pi by 4. Cos power 4 theta can be written as 1 plus cos 2 theta by 2 whole square d theta. Next it is 32 into integral 0 to pi by 4. Then it is 1 plus, then we can write over here. It is 32 into integral of, it is 1 plus cos square 2 theta plus 2 cos 2 theta by, it is 4 d theta. So it is 0 to pi by 4. After that, it is 32 into 1 plus again, it is cos square 2 theta can be written as 1 plus cos 4 theta by 2 plus 2 cos 2 theta whole by 4, it is d theta. Integral 0 to pi by 4. So it is 8, 4, 4 8s are cancelled, 0 to pi by 4. It is 1 2 plus 1 3 plus cos 4 theta plus 2 cos 2 theta d theta. So by applying integration, applying the limit, we will get the that is first option, it is 3 pi plus 8. So the answer is 3 pi plus 8 is the answer. Okay. So this is a property based question, but easy only, but a little bit lengthy calculation. Okay, fine. Next, come to this. Next, one more problem from limits. It was limit extending to 0, x square sin square x by x square minus sin square x. So I think it is equal to, by using expansions we can do it. Otherwise, okay, this was a limit extends to 0, x square sin square x by x square minus sin square x. So I am writing this one as limit extending to 0. it is sin x by x whole square by x square minus sin square x by x power 4. So you know that it becomes 1. Our denominator we can write it as x plus sin x into x minus sin x by x power 4. Then limit extends to 0. It is 1 by x plus sin x by x into x minus sin x by x. Then it was limit extending to 0, 1 by this is 2 and this is x minus sin x by, I think it is x cube. So come to here. So limit extending to 0, x minus sin x by x cube. It is 0 by 0 form. By using L'Hospital, we can get a limit extend to 0, 1 minus cos x by x cube. Yes, 3x square, sorry, it is 3x square. Then limit extends to 0, 1 by 3 into, this is we have formula 1 minus cos x by x square when limit extends 0 is 1 by 2. So total it is 1 by 6. So the here 1 by 2 into 1 by 6, that is 1 by 3, which is equal to 3. So this is actually by using expansion also we can do. I think this is the shortest method. Okay, fine. Little bit average question. This one next. The fourth question, some sigma based question, statistics question. Okay, fine. X1, X2, X3, and so on. X25 be 25 observations such that sigma I is equal to 1 to 25 xi plus 5 whole square 2500. Sigma I is equal to 125 xi. Okay, fine. So then if I expand this, what would I get? This sigma xi square plus 10 into sigma xi plus it is 20, it is 5 625. Actually 525 times will get, it is 625, which is given as 2500. Okay, so expanding of this one. Second one, if you expand this, it is sigma xi square minus 10 into sigma xi plus it is 625. So 25 times it was 1000. Okay, so by adding these two equations, what we'll get? This will get cancelled. 2 times of sigma xi square, then plus we are adding this now. So 1250 is equal to, this is 3500. So sigma xi square, this is 2 times, no? 2 times sigma xi square. Okay, it is 3500. 3500 minus 1250. 2 times of sigma, it is 1250. Fine. So 0, this is 5, this is 2, this is 2. Okay, na 0, 5, 4, 2, that's 2 is equal to 2250. Then sigma xi square is 1125 something. Okay, right. Now, if I subtract the two equations, what would I get? It is 20 times of sigma xi is equal to, subtracting means it is, I think, of 1500. So then sigma xi is equal to 1500 by 20, which is 75 sigma xi. So then arithmetic mean mu is given by sigma xi by, it is 25, then it is 3. So we got mu as a 3. Now then we have sigma I value. So by using this condition, what is that? Sigma square is equal to sigma xi whole square by n minus mu square. So we'll get a then so by which we can get a sigma value. So after getting a sigma value, we can get standard deviation. What they are asking about the ratio of standard deviation of the given observations. Okay, we got sigma xi and sigma xi square. So from which we can get sigma value. Next, so mean by that is, I think it is 36 minus something will get. So the final answer is, it is 1 by 2. Use that formula just, okay, right.
Now explore a few questions from physics. Let us now explore a few questions from physics.
Hello, so now we are going to discuss the next question. That is, this question is taken from the nuclear physics and is a relatively easier question. He is saying consider the nuclear reaction P plus lithium. The proton and lithium together are giving you two atoms of this molecule of helium. Energy absorbed in this process he is asking. So let us see whether the energy is absorbed or not in this question, because when they are asking these things. So what we are writing, he is giving you these in atomic mass units. The masses of proton, lithium and helium is given to us. So we should say कि mass of the product, if I consider here, so mass of product is going to be 2 times, because there are 2 atoms here, so it is 2 times helium. Helium is given to be 4.0201. If you solve, it is going to be 8.0402 atomic mass units. So this is your mass of the product. Once you say here reactants, so what are the reactants? Proton and lithium together are combining to give you this. So if I write here, what is my mass of reactants? Mass of reactant is 1 mass of the proton plus mass of the lithium atom. So here we are writing it is going to mass of the proton is going to be 1.0080 plus 7.0173. If you get this here solving, we are getting here, I have this with me, so it is going to be 8.0253 atomic mass unit is the value. What you observe, mass of the product is going to be 8.04 and mass of the reactant is going to be 8.0253. So since the mass of reactant is definitely smaller, so energy is to be absorbed to balance the energy relations. So what we are writing here, so what is the mass of the, how much is the energy absorbed in the process is simply the mass defect into c square. So what is this here we are writing? So simply the mass defect in this case, that is we are writing here the mass of reactants minus mass of product. If we do, we will get it something, we are getting it is 0.0149, that is going to be this atomic mass unit. And what is this is going to be your energy absorbed. So how much is the reactants here? So that is going to be energy absorbed. So once I am writing energy absorbed in this manner, so it is going to be in, he is asking in million electron volt. So you know it is 0.0149 into 931 if I am taking. So we are getting nearly some value. It is going to be 13.87 or nearly, rather I can say it is going to be this value. So we can say nearly it is going to be 14 million electron volt. That means A should be the right answer for this question. Is it okay? So that's a simple question again I say, so not one. Here though the next question, that's what we are writing, the heat dissipated in the 6 ohm resistance is in 54 seconds is alpha upon 9 joule. So as this question you can see it is from current electricity, and in the current electricity he is trying you to solve, because these type of questions we can solve by any of the three methods, either by using the Kirchhoff's law, or you can do it by nodal method, or you can do it by superposition principle also. But whenever the number of sources are more, as such in this case they are giving you 2 and 1 is directly here. So he is asking heat dissipated, that means ultimate task is to understand how much current is flowing in this 6 ohm resistance. Let me say this current is going to be, suppose, I1 here in this case. If I consider nodal method, so this nodal method will help you quite easily to solve this question. So I can say if I consider, because both the negatives are joined here at this point, so I can consider this potential over here as suppose a zero potential. Once it is a zero potential, I can say at this point the potential is going to be 3 volt, I can say. Here it is 0, it is going to rise because negative to positive. So at this point your potential is going to be 2 volt over here. Now if I write the nodal method, I hope you must be knowing. If I write this current is coming I1, let me say this going to be current I2, because if I consider in this manner, and let me say the current flowing in this manner. Say the potential of this junction is going to be X. If I consider the potential of this junction to be X here, so what I am writing, because I am considering this current here, so by junction rule if I am following, so basically nodal method is nothing but what we are following the junction rules here. So we are writing here what the situation is, I1 plus I2 is equal to, let me say it is I3. So I can say it is going to be I3. Current we know very well how we are writing, it is a potential difference upon the resistance. So how much is my current? I am considering current is flowing in this manner, so 3 is going to be higher potential and X is going to be lower potentials. So what I write here, it is going to be 3 minus X divided by 6 is going to be my current I1, plus I2 if I am writing, I2 is going to be here 2 volt, here is X volt, so I write 2 minus X divided by resistance is going to be 3 here. In this case what I write, the potential difference is X minus 0, I am going right hand side direction, so X is at higher potential, 0 you are considering it to be lower potential, so I say it is X minus 0 divided by 4. If you solve this equation here, so what I am getting in this solving this equation, you will get X is equal to some 14 upon 9, this much volt you will get over here. So that means potential at this point is going to be 14 upon 9 volt. Is it okay? Once we get potential at this point, I can find what is my current flowing in the 6 ohm resistance Y. So I can write here form straight away that I1 is going to be, it is 3 minus X. X is now you are writing 14 upon 9 divided by 6 ohm. So if you write this thing is going to be 9 into 3, 27 minus 14 divided by 54. And how much is this value? 14 and 27 is 14 and 6, 26, 6 and 7 is going to be 13 upon something you are going to get. So we are getting 13 upon 54 is this value. So 13 upon 54 is the value of I1. He is asking the heat dissipation in the 6 ohm resistance. So that's easy. So you know heat dissipated over here, the delta H as we know. I can write I1 square R into time. In the question he is giving you time as 54 seconds. So as this question is quite easy, we can say it is 13 upon 54 into 13 upon 54 into the resistance, that's what we are writing 6, into what we are writing is 54. If I solve this, you will get your answer, and that answer will give you something 169, because 6 is cancelling out somehow, 9. That is going to be 169 upon 9. As he is asking in the question, he alpha upon 9 joule, so that much is the joule. So you are writing it as alpha upon 9. So that simply means alpha is equal to how much is 169 should be the answer for this question. Okay. So all right. So this is going to be again easy way if we go to solve this question by nodal method. The next question is again, if you see, it is the mass and radius of the solid sphere is measured with uncertainty of 1% and 2% respectively. He is asking uncertainty in calculation of density. So this question is units and dimension rather than analysis, error analysis. If this question is from error analysis, and what we are saying, you know, he is asking what is the error in the measurement of density. Error in the measurement of density, uncertainty is nothing but what your error, how much error we can permit, that is going to be 1%. That means what is given to us, delta m upon m is going to be 1%. So that is going to be 1% here. So I write 1%. Similarly, if I write here, and he is saying measured with the uncertainty of 1% and 2% is the radius. Okay. So what is the error? Measure means error in the measurement of radius is delta r upon r is given to be 2%. You know, density is equal to mass upon volume. If I write mass upon volume, so mass upon volume for the sphere, we already know it is 4 upon 3 pi r cube something. So if I go by error analysis, so we can write by taking log or all these statements. I hope you must be remembering. If I write in the way log rho, because the errors are going to be very small, so we can use this methodology to take the logs. So I write log on either side. It is going to be log of m. Then I write, because it is the error, so if you write, it is going to be 4 upon 3. So I write log of, it is 4 upon 3 pi r cube. But if I write my percentage error, then we say you differentiate term by term. So what we are getting here, d rho upon rho is equal to dm upon m. I make it as positive. Why? Because I am going for the maximum percentage error in this case. It is going to be 4 by 3 pi is a constant factor. We are writing it is 3 times dr upon r. So what is he giving you? This is what he is saying is 1%, and this is what he is saying is 3 into 2%. That's what we are getting is going to be 7% is the error in the measurement of density. So I can say d rho upon rho into 100 is going to be 7%. So that's what he's asking, what is the uncertainty in the measurement of density. So I will say it is going to be 7%. Okay. Let us go for the next question. As you can see, this question is a solid uniform sphere of mass m and radius r, initially rotating with an angular speed of 2000 rotations per minute or revolutions per minute. If it stops in 10 seconds when subjected to same constant retarding torque, then find number of revolutions and magnitude of the torque. So this question, as you know, is based on the rotational mechanics. If I will take this from the rotational mechanics, here what we have to do, once he is saying there is some torque acting it. So first of all, we should understand he has to write omega. So once I am writing my omega relations, so what is my omega here? Omega he is writing is 2000 rotations per minute. So I write RPM. Once I am writing it is going to be 2000, I write in radian per second. You know, it is going to be your, if I write it is going to be nth, it is 2 pi upon how much the value, minute is going to be in 60. So I can write now it is basically frequency. Frequency is 2 pi into n. It is 2000 per minute. So I write 2000 upon this here. So once you are writing, this is going to be cancelled out. And what I can write now, it is going to be cancelled out. So here you are going to get something 200 pi upon 3 radian per second is the initial angular velocity. If you want, you can write it as equivalent to omega naught. He is saying there is some torque. Because of torque, definitely this sphere is going to have some angular retardation. If I write this retardation, so what we are saying, it stops in 10 seconds. If it is stopping in 10 seconds, so we can use this equation, first equation, you know very well, omega t is omega naught minus alpha into t. T is given to us, alpha, he is asking, omega naught is given to us, it stops, that means omega t is going to be 0. The moment I am writing this thing, that means alpha is going to be how much? Omega naught upon t. T is what he is saying, the omega naught you have written is going to be 200 pi upon 3 into T is going to be how much? 10. So we can say it is going to be 20 pi upon 3. This radian per second square is your angular retardation. Once we are getting angular retardation, you know tau is equal to I into alpha. So again, this is a simple formula based question. So as we know, the torque acting on the body is going to be moment of inertia about the axis of rotation. As axis of rotation he is showing is passing the center of mass of this body. So I write I about center of mass of the sphere into alpha. And I about center of mass, you know, for the solid sphere, because he is saying it is a solid uniform sphere. So being a solid uniform sphere, it is 2 upon 5 times mr square into alpha. What we are writing is 20 pi upon 3 something. So what we are getting it from here, if you see here, the what is the option here? So I can write 2, he is asking in terms of mr square, and that is going to be 5 into 4, it is 4 pi. So value of this alpha is going to be 4 into 2, 8 upon 3 pi mr square. That means 8 upon 3 pi mr square is given over here and here, so A or C. So let us try to find another option. So this way alpha is known to you. Once we get alpha, now he is asking find the number of revolutions, how many rotations the body is making. If I write number of rotations, because you are well aware about alpha now, once we know alpha, I can use my third equation of motion. You know omega t is equal to omega naught square minus, because there is retardation, so I write minus 2 alpha into theta. How much is the angle turned by the body? So let us calculate this thing first of all. So I am getting angle turned by the body, that is theta, is going to be omega naught square divided by 2 alpha. Omega naught already we have written over here, it is going to be 200 pi divided by 3, am I right? Yes, this into 1 upon 2 times alpha already have got, it is 8 pi into mr square upon 3. That's something. So once I am getting this thing, so if you simplify this thing, so you will get some theta value. So this 3 and 3 will cancel out, and what is the value he is saying? If you solve it, you will get some 2 pi n, because he is asking number of rotations. In place of theta, I can write 2 pi n, and 2 pi n is equal to this whole value. So this is going to be 200 pi upon 3 whole square. Let me write as it is 3 upon 16 pi mr square. Solving it all, you will get it in this way. Here, this number of rotations will come out to be how much we have solved it here. So that theta n will come out to be 500 upon 3. Okay, that's there. So here is going to be, now that means your answer is going to be to 500 upon 3. The C should be the right answer for this question. Is that okay? Alpha, just a moment, because we are writing here alpha is just a second. Alpha is not this here. Basically, we have written it as a tau. Sorry. So this is what your, that's what I say why mr square factor is looking out here. So this basically is going to be your torque. Okay? And alpha, that is what we have written, is 20 pi by 3. So I beg your pardon, I will write this 20 pi by 3, and then this. So let me correct it, just a moment, bit. So because we are writing omega naught square upon, I just put the value of alpha over there. So that's why I say why my mr square factor is there. Anyway, so you are writing this is going to be here the omega naught square. So we are writing omega naught square is going to be 200 pi upon 3, this whole square, into 1 upon 2 times alpha. Alpha is given to be there 20 pi by, so into 20 pi by 3. Okay. So once we are adding, this is going to be 2 pi n further. So 2 pi n is going to be all this value, and it is going to be 200 pi divided by 3, let us see, 200 pi divided by 3, and this is going to be into 3 upon 40 pi. Once you get 3, 3 cancels out here, and that is what you are writing, 40 pi, 5 pi, and that is 2 pi. So what we are writing, it is 2 pi, pi cancels out, 100. So what I am getting, it is going to be 500 upon 3. Okay. So just mismatch, because it was not alpha, it was torque. Anyway, it's simply a calculation based question. So what you have to write, the formula for torque, and just write rotation conditions, you will get your number of rotations also. The number of rotations is coming out to be 500 upon 3. So now let us move for the next question. He is saying shortest wavelength of the Lyman series is lambda naught and longest wavelength of the Balmer series is lambda. He is saying find value of lambda upon lambda naught. Again, this is a very easy question. The only thing is that what you should understand what is my Lyman series and what is my Balmer series. So he is asking shortest wavelength of the Lyman series. He is saying it is going to be lambda naught. Shortest wavelength means the maximum energy difference. So whenever you are writing in the atomic physics, as you know, it is n is equal to 1 gives you all Lyman series. It is terminating at n is equal to infinity. So maximum energy difference is going to be this. So whenever there is a maximum difference, I am going to get my lambda minimum. So as you know, 1 upon lambda is equal to, it is going to be r into z square into 1 upon n1 square minus 1 upon n2 square. Here you are writing it is going from 1 to infinity is going to give you minimum. The maximum energy difference, lambda is going to be minimum. So if I write lambda minimum for Lyman series, so it is going to be r into z square. It is 1 minus 1 by infinity. So it is going to be 0 here. So that becomes now lambda minimum for the Lyman. That is what he is saying in the question is denoted by lambda naught. It is going to be something 1 upon r into z square. Okay. Similarly, if I write Balmer series, that means all the radiations or the transitions which are terminating at n is equal to 2 will give rise to Balmer series. So here what we are getting with the Lyman series, and here I am going to get all my Balmer series. In this case, he is asking the longest wavelength. Longest wavelength means energy difference should be as small as possible because you are writing E is equal to hc upon lambda. So if energy difference is going to be small, then my wavelength is going to be maximum. So I can say maximum for Balmer series if I am writing here. So I can say again 1 upon lambda for, or I write lambda maximum for Balmer series. So that is going to be how much? Again we write r z square. Now it is 2 and this is n is equal to 3. So we are writing between 2 and 3. So I write 1 upon 4 minus 1 upon 9. So what we are writing it is r z square into 5 by 36. That is 1 upon lambda maximum, he is saying denoted by lambda. If I consider over here, so what we write, lambda is equal to 36 divided by 5 r z square. He is asking simply the ratio of lambda upon lambda naught. So once we write lambda upon lambda naught, I hope you understand this thing. So this lambda upon, oh sorry, so you can write anyway, you got the answer, lambda upon lambda naught is going to be how much? 36 divided by 5. So that is going to be 36 upon 5 is the answer. So I think A is the right answer for this question. So this also is a very straightforward question on your atomic physics. Let us go for the next question. Here is this. As the question is saying, a mass of 1 kg starts falling with 0 initial speed. By the time it falls a height of 10 meter, its speed becomes 10 meter per second. Find the magnitude of work done by resistive force. So this question is again simply based on your work energy theorem. If I follow work energy theorem, I hope you can do this question very comfortably. Body is released from initial velocity, falling through a distance of what he is saying in the question. H is given to be 10 meter. If height is going to be 10 meter, here when it is reaching, his speed is again given to be 10 meter per second. That means if we follow by work energy theorem, so the work energy theorem says what? You know, work energy theorem is saying work done by all the forces acting on the body is equal to change its kinetic energy. If the body is coming under gravity, so the forces which are acting on the body is its gravity and air friction. He is asking this work done by the frictional force. So once we are writing, these are the two forces acting on the body. The work done is going to be how much? So I will write work done by gravity plus work done by friction is equal to change in kinetic energy. Final kinetic energy is also known to you. Initial velocity is also known to you. That means initial kinetic energy is also known to you. Work done by gravity is nothing but we write mgh. So I write it is going to be mass is given to be 1 kg. So I write 1. Let me take gsg. Okay, first, so mg into h is given to be how much? 10. So I say it is mgh plus work done by friction is equal to change its kinetic energy. Kinetic energy change is what you are writing final kinetic energy minus initial kinetic energy. So I write k final minus k initial. Half of 1 into v square is going to be 100 and that is going to be 0. So what we write is going to be 50. So what we are writing it is, if I consider if g is taken to be 10 meter per second square in this question, generally we do consider. So work done by friction if I am writing is going to be 2 into 100 is going to be 50 minus 100. So you are writing it is going to be minus 50 joules. It should be negative because work is done against the friction. So it is minus 50. So he is asking suppose magnitude. So if I write delta W in the magnitude manner, so it should be 50 joule should be the answer for this question. Okay. So all of you can understand this is going to be again a very simple question, just using the concept of work energy theorem. Here we are coming for the next question. We are saying an expression for the potential energy is A under root x upon B plus x is given. The dimensions of A dot B will be, and he is saying here if you consider x as my position. It's very easy question. This is your dimension analysis question. As you know, those quantities can be added only, which you know homogeneity of dimensions, only those quantities can be added which have the same dimensions. That means dimension of B is same as the dimensional formula for x. Here we are writing A into x, and also we say the left hand side dimensional formula is same as the right hand side dimensional formula. So you use the concept of homogeneity of dimension and consider x to be your position here. If I consider x to be position, so we can write dimensional formula of your energy is equal to dimensional formula for A into the dimensional formula of under root of x divided by dimensional formula for L, because B and L has got the same dimensions. So we are writing this thing is going to be dimensional formula of A divided by dimensional formula of x liquo or L, whatever you consider. If I consider it to be x here, so I can say it is going to be L to the power half, because it is going to be L to the power half. So this value is going to be L raised to the power half, and this quantity is going to be L. So once I am writing this value, so dimensional formula of energy we know very well, it is force into displacement. So we write mL square into T minus 2. That means what is the dimensional formula of A? I can say it is mL square, that means 2. It is under root L, so 2 raised to plus 1 by 2 into T raised to the power minus 2. Okay. Once we get this thing is dimensional formula for A, and already we know dimensional formula for B is the dimensional formula for length, and that is your position. He is saying, so that means it is going to be L. Once I am writing A dimensional formula of A and B, so I write dimensional formula of A, it is going to be how much? So just a second, I am writing dimensional formula of A into dimensional formula of under root x, so x to the power L to the power half divided by L. So if it is going up, I can write L to the power half. It is m energy mL square T minus 2, so mL square T minus 2. Just check the calculation, that's all. Again I am just checking once. The dimensional formula of A is m L to the power 2 to the power 4 plus 1, 5 by 2 into 2 to the power minus 2. B is given to be x. He is asking dimensional formula of A and B. If I am writing A and B, so dimensional formula of A is coming out to be m into L square. It is going to be L raised to the power 2 to the 4 plus 5 by 2 into T to the power minus 2 into dimensional formula for L. I beg your pardon, he is saying in these questions, so if I consider these things, A under root L upon L, because none of the options that's what are given here are telling with me. So I just checked calculation, you just recheck. It is dimensional formula of A into L to the power half upon L. I am getting L to the power half. He is saying it is energy. Energy is mL square T minus 2. mL square T minus 2, I am getting it is going to be this only. So it is going to be 2.5. So it is coming out to be m L raised to the power 3.5 into T raised to the power minus 2. But I doubt, I am sorry, because none of the options are matching. I think it should be not 2.5, it should be 3.5. So dimension formula of A dot B is going to be mL to the power. So C should be no option in this question. So I think it should be maybe printing mistake. So it should be, if I consider to be mL to the power 3.5 into T to the power minus 2. So your answer will be this only. C should be the answer for this question. Okay, that's all. Done, sir. Oh.
And now, let's tackle some chemistry questions.
Because this option is wrong.
Good afternoon, students. So let us continue our paper discussion of April 6th, first phase of mains. The next question that is available for us, what will be the empirical formula of the compound? If the compound has 69% of 9% of iron by mass, 69.9% of iron by mass, rest of the percent is oxygen. So then how do we find the empirical formula? To get the relative number of atoms of each element, the respective percentages of each element by mass, we have to divide with their atomic masses. They have given 69.9% is iron. The rest of the mass, it comes out to be around 30%, 30.1% of oxygen. So these are the respective elements composition by mass. To get relative number of atoms of each element, we have to divide with their respective atomic weights. I am dividing 69.9 with atomic weight of iron 56 and 30.1 with atomic weight of oxygen 16. So which is giving, so here calculation should be done effectively. At least you have to do the calculation corrected to the second decimal. If I am doing the calculation corrected to the second decimal, 69.9 by 56, it is coming around 1.25, whereas 30.1 by 16, it is coming, you can say around 1.88. So now what is the, you can say, least number of, you can say, ratio of atoms of each kind? To get the least ratio of atoms, we have to divide the least number of these two. So I am dividing to get the lowest ratio of these atoms, 1.25 by 1.25 and 1.88 by 1.25. So which is coming out to be 1 and it is 1.5 around. So now I am making this as lowest whole number ratio. To get the lowest whole number ratio, I am multiplying with a number 2. As a result, I am getting 2 and 3. So hence iron and oxygen are present in 2:3 ratio. Hence the formula is coming out to be Fe2O3. So let us see the next question. Let us go to next question. So they have given for tetrahedral complexes, right? What is the order of energy of d atomic orbitals? So this is based on CFT, the splitting of atomic orbitals, the splitting of d orbitals in tetrahedral field. If it is octahedral field, actually in the field of octahedral surrounded by ligands, you can identify, because in octahedral field ligands will approach along the axis, the EG set of orbitals will interact more with the electrons of the ligand. This interaction mainly in CFT we have to consider repulsive. So that's why EG set of orbitals energy increases and T2G set of orbitals decreases when it is octahedral field. In tetrahedral field, exactly the splitting of d orbitals will be reverse, because in case of tetrahedral field you can identify that, so the ligands are approaching from in between the axis. Therefore T2 set of orbitals, the electrons present in T2 set of orbitals interact more with the ligands. So hence what you will find is T2 set of orbitals energy will increase, whereas E set of orbitals energy will decrease. When I am going with tetrahedral field, I should not use the subscript T2G and EG for tetrahedral. Clearly mentioned in NCERT, the reason for G standing for Zerid, where G is for symmetric orbitals, but tetrahedral, because it is unsymmetric, we have to just pronounce it as T2 and E set of orbitals. So therefore let us observe the three orbitals which are lying in between the axis, the T2 set of orbitals dxy, dyz, dzx orbitals energy is increasing than the reference, whereas the two set of orbitals which are lying along the axis, those are dx square to y square and dz square orbitals will be lower than the reference. So this is what the splitting of d orbitals in tetrahedral field. So hence, what is the energy order you will find? Dx square y square and dz square, both are degenerate whose energy is less than dxy and dyz, dzx, all the three orbitals are of degenerate. So every electron that is entering into lower energy, you can say E set of orbitals, you can identify decreases the energy by 0.6 delta T, whereas every electron that is entering into higher energy, E set of, you can identify here, T2 set of orbitals increases the energy by 0.4 delta T, where this gap we are calling it as delta T, right? So if the same ligands are forming both tetrahedral and octahedral complexes, what is the relation you will find? Delta T will be equal to 4 by 9 times 2 that of delta naught. That's why irrespective of the type of the ligand, almost all tetrahedral complexes are of, you can find it as high spin complexes, right? So let us go to the so let us observe then what will be the correct answer for tetrahedral complexes. For tetrahedral complexes, so you will find, so the E set of orbitals are of lower energy and T2 set of orbitals are of higher energy. Hence the E set of orbitals dx square, y square and dz square, which are degenerate, which are less than dxz, but they have not given the extension. Of course, it is understood by default, which are equal to dxz equal to dyz equal to, you can say, dxy, right? So let us go to the next question. Right. So they have given, let us see, 3-phenyl prop 1-ene will react with HBr and give an alkyl halide as major product having one chiral carbon atom they have given for. So let us observe 3-phenyl prop 1-ene. Okay. So 3-phenyl prop 1-ene. So if I have a benzene ring here, check it as so this 3-phenyl prop 1-ene, when it is adding with HBr, it is electrophilic addition mechanism through carbocation mechanism. So you can identify that the pi bond is polarized like this, positive charge, but benzyl carbocation is more stable than simple secondary carbocation. Hence, I have to do 1,2 hydride shift to get more stable carbocation intermediate. HBr addition, unless no peroxide is there, it is electrophilic addition through carbocation mechanism by Marconi's addition rule. You can identify here hydride ion transfer to get the more stable carbocation. Hence, what you can identify here. So, to this H plus is added here, whereas Br minus is directed here. Hence, the resultant product is, you can identify to this, right? So, there is ethyl group and here to this bromine is added to benzylic carbon. As a result, this benzylic carbon is chiral with 4 different valencies. Hence, the given statement 3-phenyl prop 1-ene will react with HBr and give an alkyl halide as a major product having 1 chiral carbon is a correct statement. So, when the question is given as statements wise, relatively it is easy than given as reason and assertion, because you can identify that the reason is it correct explanation for the assertion or not. Sometimes it may become difficult, but here it is relatively simple. The statement 1 is conformly, it's a correct statement. Now look for the statement 2. Aryl chloride and aryl cyanide both can be formed by Getterman and Sand-Mayo reaction, it is given. So between the two there is just a sensitive difference is there. People will get confused with these two reactions even though both the reactions are known with the names. Okay, students are getting confused. Be clear with the Getterman and Sand-Mayo, both are given in NCERT. From disonium salts to prepare the aryl halides, particularly aryl chlorides and aryl bromides. So if it is Sand-Mayo reaction, so you will find that for Sand-Mayo reaction, make out as your disonium salts. When disonium salts are treated with, you can make out as here cuprous halide in presence of HX. Okay. So here X can be chloride or bromide. So I can write its dimer form like Cu2X2 also. According to NCERT, even you can identify cuprous cyanide with KCN. So they can give aryl halide where halogen can be chlorine or bromine and also aryl cyanide. Aryl cyanide. So this particular reaction we have to call it as Sand-Mayo reaction. So this is, you can call it as Sand-Mayo reaction. This is Sand-Mayo reaction. So disonium salts on treated with cuprous halide, okay, where here X I can consider it as chlorine, bromine and even cyanide. I can call it as Sand-Mayo reaction. So whereas if I am going with the Getterman reaction, so if I am going with the Getterman reaction, disonium salts, you can make out as here, disonium salts when they are treated with copper with HX, where X is here chlorine or bromine. I can get aryl halide, aryl chloride or bromide. So this I am calling it as Getterman reaction. So this particular reaction we are calling it as Getterman reaction. So as per NCERT, Sand-Mayo reaction good yield over Getterman reaction for the preparation of aryl halides. Therefore, aryl chloride and aryl cyanide both can be formed by Getterman and Sand-Mayo. There is a small, you can say, correction is there as per NCERT. The statement 2, aryl cyanide is prepared only by Sand-Mayo but not by Getterman. Hence this statement is a wrong statement, whereas first statement is a correct one. So let us go to the next one. So you are given if the wavelength of the first line of Lyman series for hydrogen atom is x angstroms, then the longest wavelength in the Balmer series of He plus ion. So what you are asked for? So we are using the Rydberg's equation. So just carefully do the calculation. So very simple formula. So check it as, I am taking wave number of a spectral line is given by Rydberg constant. This is the formula I am using, into Z square, where Z is the atomic number of a single electronic species, into 1 by N1 square minus 1 by N2 square. So this is the formula we are using for wave number, where wavelength is the reciprocal to that of the wave number. When such kind of simple problems are asked, first you calculate the, you can say, wave number ratio, reverse it, you will get the wavelength ratio. So I am considering now here nu1 bar is for Lyman series and nu2 bar is for, you can say, Balmer series. They have given wavelength of the first line of Lyman series. First line of Lyman series means what? Lyman series, whenever you are, you can say, segregating as Lyman, Balmer, Paschen, bracket, fund. So your focus should be on the lower energy level. If N1 is equal to 1, Lyman, N1 is equal to 2, Balmer, N1 is equal to 3, Paschen, like that. Okay. So therefore, out of the number of spectral lines, infinite number of spectral lines of Lyman, so which we are calling it as the first line of Lyman series, Okay, they will make it as a different language. First line I can also call it as alpha line, first line, and also it is the line of lowest energy or the longest wavelength. So which it will be 2 to 1. So if they are asking you about the line of the maximum energy or the least wavelength, that will be the spectral limiting line, the last line of the series. I have to consider it as infinity to 1. Now this will be nu 1 bar will be, check it as here, RH into, whereas first line, so Z is 1 for hydrogen atom. So first line means it is, you can say 2 to 1. N1 is 1 and N2 is 2. So 2 square 4. I am getting this as RH into. So I am giving the subscript H so that you are not getting confused with the universal gas constant capital R. This is a Rydberg constant. Anyhow, no need to use that constant value. It will get cancelled in our calculation. So what I am getting it as, this is 4 minus 1 by 4, 3 by 4. Keep it as such. Okay. So next, nu 2 bar. Nu 2 bar is the longest wavelength in Balmer series of He plus. Longest wavelength means least energy. What will be these lines? Out of the possible. As I told you, if you are given the series name means, so you have to decide based on the lower energy, not based on the higher energy. So N1 is equal to 2. So out of these possibilities, 3 to 2, 4 to 2, 5 to 2, 6 to 2, 7 to 2, so on, the last line is infinity 2, 2, 2. So which I have to consider it as the line of the minimum energy or the longest wavelength. What I have to consider? This will be the 3 to 2, right? So this will be equal to RH into Z for He plus is 2, Z square 4 into 1 by N1 square, 1 by 4 minus 1 by N2 square, 1 by 9, which is coming out to be 4 RH into, I am taking here 9 minus 4, 5 by 9 4s are 36. Okay. Now without making the calculation error, in this simple type of problems only students will commit the ratio in their errors calculation only. So be careful it. So nu 1 bar by nu 2 bar will give you lambda 2 by lambda 1. Lambda 2 by lambda 1 will be 3 RH by 4 is nu 1 bar or lambda 2 by. So this ratio will get reciprocated. You can identify here 36 by 5 into 4 RH. So hence RH getting cancelled, 4 9s are, I am getting 27 by 20. Now finally I am verifying, I want lambda 2 where lambda 1 is given as x angstroms. Therefore lambda 2 will be equal to 27x by 20 angstroms. That is what you can find out. 27 by 20 times of x you can find out. So let us see the next question, which is very simple one. Which of the following can be used to form methane gas? They asked about. Kolb's electrolysis. So check down Kolb's electrolysis, Wood's reaction. These are all coupling reactions. So from these coupling reactions, so the alkanes or you can say hydrocarbons with one carbon atom cannot be prepared. It's a coupling reaction, no? So minimum I can start with ethane. For example, by Kolb's electrolysis, so let us observe here. For example, I am putting sodium acetate or potassium acetate aqueous solution for electrolysis. Then what I will get if I am doing electrolysis of this sodium acetate, I will get, you can say, ethane at anode, ethane gas, right? So it's by free radical mechanism. So I cannot start with methane. Methane cannot be prepared by, you can say, coupling reactions like Kolb's electrolysis, Wood's reaction. Wood's reaction also when alkyl halide in presence of sodium in dry ether are treated, you are finding R and R are coupling with each other. So that's why methane cannot be prepared by this. If I am doing the reduction of ethyl chloride by using any suitable reducing agent. You can say lithium aluminum hydride or sodium borohydride. If I am doing reduction of this replacing with the hydrogen, where halogen is replaced with the hydrogen, I am getting ethane, not by methane, right? So the only one possible left is here from Grignard reagent. So from Grignard reagent, methyl magnesium bromide, how I can get methane? Grignard reagent, you treat with, you can say, even water or any mild acid. Okay. So Grignard reagent, the first priority as a reagent in its organic chemistry reactions is as a base. Its priority as a base. Whenever you can say abstractable protons are present, so it can abstract the proton even from mild acids like water, alcohol, terminal alkynes. Okay, from even ammonia, it can abstract proton. So therefore, whatever might be here, it is given. Whether I give water or even alcohol, okay, or a terminal alkyne, anything which can provide, you can say, acidic proton. So Grignard reagent, so the speciality of it is, this is the negative part, it can abstract the proton to give the methane. So only one possible is here, Grignard reagent.
Now let's look at some questions from mathematics.
The next question is regarding to areas under the curves. So here two curves are given. One is parabola and another is a straight line. So if we draw the diagram, y square equal to so we will get like this. This is because the parabola will be like this. So 1 minute, color will take white. So the diagram will be like this, and the straight line will be like this. So axis. So positive elements they definitely will take this much area. Okay. Now take y limit. So first line x is equal to 6 minus y, and the second one, that is x is equal to y square plus 3 by 4. So by solving these two, what they have given, x greater than 0, y greater than 0. So then by solving this two, 6 minus y equal to y square plus 3 by 4, that is 24 minus 4y equal to y square plus 3. This implies y square plus 4y minus 21 equals to 0. I think it is y square plus 21, no, 7y minus 3y minus 21 equal 0. So then from this we will get one negative value, y equal to minus 7, y equal to 3, but y must be greater than or equal to 0, we will take y equal to 3. So then next to x, this is y greater than or equal to 0, y greater than or equal to 3, then we will take the integration 0 to 3. This is 6 minus y minus y square plus 3 by 4 into d. So then it is 6y minus y square by 2 minus y cube by 12 plus 3y by minus 3y by 4, limits it is 0 to 3. Then it is 18 minus 9 by 2 minus 27 by 12 minus 9 by that is 3 by 9 by 4. So finally, by taking LCM 12, we will get 9 is the answer. So second option is the answer. Okay. Next. Next question is regarding to domain question functions. So here the given function is f of x is equal to sine inverse of x plus step x by 3. So its domain is given as some closed interval alpha comma beta. Fine. So whereas step x is given means we should check integer to integer. For example, So 0 less than or equal to x less than 1, first case. So we'll get it is f of x is equal to sine inverse of step x becomes 0, then it was x by 3. So sine inverse of x by 3 means this implies the domain we get minus 1 less than or equal to x by 3 less than or equals to 1. Then it is minus 3 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 3. So actually minus 3 to 3 we got, so this domain is okay, 0 to 1 is okay. Next 1 less than or equal to x less than 2. Okay, then this implies f of x is equal to sine inverse of, when x lies between 1 and 2 open, the step x value is 1, that is x plus 1 by 3. So this implies minus 1 less than or equal to x plus 1 by 3 less than or equal to 3. So minus less than or equal to x plus 1 less than or equal to 3, and minus 4 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2. So minus 4 to 2, what we have taken 1 to 2. Okay, this is also we can take this one also. Next, if I take 2 to 3, suppose we will check it. If I take 2 to 3, then it is x plus 2 by 3 minus 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 1 minus 3 less than or equal to x plus 2 less than or equal to it is 3 minus 5 less than or equal to x plus 2 less than or equal to 1. Actually, what we have taken 2 to 3, so it is not possible. Now come to left side. Minus 1 less than or equal to x less than 0. Then f of x becomes f of x equal to, it is sine inverse of x minus 1 by 3. So then we can take minus 1 less than or equal to x minus 1 by 3 less than or equal to 3. And it is minus 3 less than or equals to x minus 1 less than or equal to something 9. Sorry, 1. It is 3. Then it is minus 2 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 4. So minus 4 to 2 means this one also is okay. Then when x equal to minus 1 to 0, if I take further, it won't be satisfied. So then they have an alpha beta, no? So it was minus 1 to 2, which is equal to alpha comma minus beta, alpha comma beta, no? Beta. So this implies alpha square plus beta square equals to 5. So the option is second option. Okay. Next. Okay. So further we can go beyond minus 2 also, but it won't be satisfied. So I think this is the answer. Next. Next question, third question is regarding to hyperbola, something hyperbola as a relation between eccentricities is given. Then length of lattice sectum of, okay, fine. Now this hyperbola is given, which is x square by a square minus y square by b square equal to 1, which passing through the point 6 comma 4 root 3 given. So that we can take substitute this point 36 by a square minus 16 48 by b square equals to 1. Keep it one relation. Now come to one more condition was given, that was 15 into e square plus 1 is equal to 34e. Then it was 15 e square plus 15 is equal to 34e. That implies 15 e square minus 34e plus 15 equals to 0. Then it is 34, no, 25, 9 15 e square minus 25e minus 9e plus 15 equals to 0. Okay, so 3, 5e common, 15e square, okay, 5e common, that is 3e minus 5 minus 3 common, it is 3 minus 5. So E is equal to 1 is 3 by 5, 1 is 5 by 3 we are getting. So as eccentricity of hyperbola is more than 1, it should be 5 by 3. Okay, from this we can get some relation. E means it is a square plus b square by a square. E square value it is 25 by 9. That implies 9a square plus 9b square equal to 25a square. So finally, we'll get 25 means it is 16a square equal to 9b square. 16a square equal to, we got 16a square equal to 9b square. Moreover, one more condition we got 36 by a square minus 48 by b square. 36 by a square minus 48 by b square equals to 1. So, so from this we can solve these two equations. Then this 36 by a square minus 48 by b square means 16 a square by 9 equals to 1. So 16 3s are 27. 36 by a square minus 27 by a square is equal to 1. That was it is 9a square. 9 by a square equal to 1. That implies a square equals to 9. We got a square, then b square value. B square is equal to 16 into a square by 9. So it was b square equal to 16. We got a square and b square. So now, then second hyperbola, one more hyperbola is given, which is x square by b square minus y square by 2 into a square plus 1 is given. So b square 16, this is x square by 16 minus y square by a square plus it is 20 equals to 1. For this they are asking about length of lattice rectum. Length of lattice rectum formula was given by 2b square by a. So 2 into 20 by means it is 4. A square na this one. Then it is 4 5s are. So it is 10. So the option 1 is the right answer. Okay. Next. The last question was regarding to circles. They have considered the circle x square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus 25 equal to 0. Okay, center lies on a circle is given. Let us take the circle as center is minus z comma minus f, and okay, it passes through 24x minus y, then it is 2 into minus g minus f is equals to 4. So then it is minus 2g plus f is equal to it is 4. That is one condition is given. Okay, right. Next, next they have given a circle, a triangle, equilateral triangle is inscribed in the circle. So when a triangle, equilateral triangle is inscribed in a circle, let it be a circle. So this is equilateral triangle. So this is circumcenter, center of the circle, which is a circumcenter of triangle. So equilateral triangle means this is the height, whereas this is radius r and this is radius r and this angle is 120. So this side, let it be a side. So according to the product of triangle cosine rule, we can write a square is equal to r square plus r square minus 2r into cos 120. So which is a square is equal to 3r square. So side, we got the side of the equilateral triangle. So then as this one area of triangle was given, no, that is 27 root 3. Okay. area is given by root 3 by 4 a square. Area of the triangle is given as 27, root 3 is given. Okay, so from this a square equal to 3r square, now root 3 by 4, this 3r square equal to 27 root 3. So root 3 will get cancelled, 3 9s are cancelled. So r square is equal to 16. R square equal to 36, sorry, r square equal to 36. So radius of the circle we got 36. So one condition here, we have two conditions. One is minus 2g plus f is equal to 4. Minus 2g plus f is equal to 4, one equation. And one more condition we got, r is equal to 36. R is equal to 36 means g square plus f square minus 25. It is g square plus f square minus 25 is equal to 36. G square plus f square is equal to 61. So that is clearly G is equal to center, we are getting as a 5 comma 6 center. So next what they have given, a circle, a square of length of chord whose equation x equal. So if we take the circle, a line is intersecting the circle x equal to one line, for as this is 5 comma 6 and radius is it is we got a 6. Okay, so this is I think x minus 1, mod of x minus 1 by root 1 is equal to 5 minus it is 4. This is 4. Then the length of chord is given by 2 into root of r square minus d square s, 2 into root of 36 minus 16. So 2 into root of 36 minus is 20. Then this is length of the chord. Then 2 root 20 square of the length. Square of the length is given by whole square. Now 4 into 20 it is 80. So the answer, third option is the right answer. Okay, so but so what we have discussed in 8 questions. In this, some of the questions are not difficult, so difficult, but little bit lengthy calculations are there. Okay, fine, thank you.
Now let's look at some questions from mathematics.
This is the fourth day. The first question is, in the expansion of 1 plus alpha x whole to the power of 26 and 1 minus alpha x whole to the power of 28, the coefficient of middle terms is same, then the value of alpha they are asking. In general, the question is easy, but it is mixing of the two concepts, that is the middle term and also the coefficient. The coefficient of middle term they are asking. So that's why first of all you can observe the number of terms in every, that is the first one contains 1 plus alpha x whole to the power of 26 and the second one contains 1 minus alpha x whole to the power of 28. The first one contains 27 terms and the second one contains 29 terms. So how we are solving this one means, you know that if 1 plus x whole to the power of n, middle term, we know that middle term formula, if the exponent is the even number, then the middle term is n by 2 plus 1. So here in the first expansion, that is n by 2 plus 1 means 14. That is 14th term is the middle term. T14 is the middle term. It is the middle term. T14 is the middle term of the expansion. 1 plus alpha x whole to the power of 26. So from this we get the T14 term. T14 is equal to, we have the formula NCR, that is 26, CR is 13 here, into alpha x whole to the power of 13. Similarly, in the second expansion, 1 minus alpha x whole to the power of 28 is there. The exponent is 28, it is even, hence it has the middle term is n by 2 plus 1, that is t n by 2 plus 1 here, that is t15 is the middle term. T15 is the middle term. T15 is the middle term. This is the middle term of the expansion 1 minus alpha x whole to the power of 28. So from this we get T15. T15 is equal to NCR, that is 28. C, R is equal to 14 here. So 14 minus 1 whole to the power of 14 alpha x whole to the power of 14. Now simplifying this one, 28 C 14 alpha x whole to the power of 14. Now these middle terms coefficients are equal, that is given. Coefficients are equal. T14 coefficient is equal to T15 coefficient in the respective expansions. So to get the coefficients, I am using x is equal to 1. That is, by substituting x is equal to 1, we get the coefficients. That is, T14 coefficient means here 26C13 is equal to alpha to the power of 13. That is, 26C13 times of alpha to the power of 13 is equal to T15 coefficient means here 28C14 alpha to the power of 14. Observing alpha to the power of 13 and alpha to the power of 14, here by using the calculations we get here, we want alpha. So here I am taking alpha to the power of 14 upon alpha to the power of 13 is equal to, see there, alpha to the power of 14 upon alpha to the power of 13 is equal to 26C13 upon 28C14. It is. Now alpha to the power of 14 upon alpha to the power of 13, you know that it becomes as alpha is equal to 26C13. We have a formula for NCR, that is, by using the reduction formula, NCR is equal to n by r n minus 1 C r minus 1. Using this reduction formula, we get very easily. We are getting very easily. That is, here I am writing 28 by 14 into, next time also I am applying the reduction, that is 27 by, this becomes as 13 into 26 C12. Now the simplification of this one is equal to alpha is equal to here 2, this becomes, that is 13 upon 54. 13 upon 54, 26C13 upon 26C12. Now this one is in the form of NCR by NCR minus 1 formula. Since we have the formula NCR by NCR minus 1 is equal to n minus r plus 1 upon r. By using this one, the calculation is very simple here. That is, alpha is equal to 13 by 54 into n is 26 minus r is 13 plus 1 upon r is 13. The cancellations are here 13 cancelled. Now the simplification is equal to 26 minus 13 plus 1. It becomes as 14 by 54. Now the simplification is 2 by 27. Alpha is equal to 2 by 27. Observing the options, alpha is equal to 7 by 27. It is 7. 7 by 27. It is 7 by 27. So observing the options, option 2 is right. So the problem contains NCR reduction formula and one more standard formula. NCR upon NCR minus 1 is equal to n minus r plus 1. But the problem is completely related with the binomial theorem only. So that's why the problem is not that much of tough problem, but it requires more than one formula. When it is more than one formula we are using, the student may feel that it is somewhat difficult. Next one. Go to the next one. Next one. Sixth one. A1, A2, A3 and so on, AN are in AP. And sum of first 10 terms is 160. G1, G2, G3 and so on, GN are in GP, where G1 plus G2 is equal to 8. If the first term of AP is equal to common ratio of GP and first term of GP is equal to common difference of AP, then sum of all possible values of G1 they are asking. So the problem contains AP and GP related to the sequence and series. It is the mixing of arithmetic progression as well as geometric progression, but they are not given the first terms of AP, GP and the common difference of AP and common ratio is also not given. That's why we are assuming everything. That is, to handle this problem, first of all, first term I consider A for the AP and common difference as D. Then S10 is given. Sum of first and 10 terms is 160 is given. S10. S10 is equal to 160 is given. S10 means we have the formula that is n by 2, 5 times of a plus n minus 1 into d, 2a plus n minus 1 into d, 2a plus sum of the first 10 terms means 9d. 2a plus 9d is equal to 160. Now from this 2a plus 9d is equal to, it becomes as 2a plus 9d is equal to 32. This is equation number 1. 2a plus 9d is equal to 32, where a is the first term, d is the common difference of the first AP. Similarly, GP is given, where G1 plus G2 is equal to 8 is given. I consider R be the common ratio, then G2 is same as that of G1 into R. So, G1 plus G1 into R is equal to 8 is given. Now, from this, we get G1 times of 1 plus R is equal to 8. This is equation number 2. Next one, observe, if the first term of AP is equal to common ratio of GP, that is, since A is equal to, first term of AP is A is equal to common ratio of GP, it is R, and the first term of GP, that is G1 is equal to the common difference of AP, that is D. So A is equal to R and G1 is equal to D is given. Now we are using these two to eliminate the A and D and R from equation 1 and 2. From 1, first I am using from 1 by substituting A is equal to R, 2R plus 9 times of D is G1. So it is G1 is equal to 32. Now from this we get the R value, that is 2R is equal to 32 minus 9G1. 32 minus 9G1. 32 minus 9G1, we get 2R value, this is 9G1. Now I am using this one in 2. From 2, G1 plus G1 into R is equal to 8 is given. By multiplying with 2, this becomes 2G1 plus G1 into 2R. 2R is replaced with 32 minus 9G1 is equal to 16. Now we are going to simplify this one. So observing minus 9G1 square means 9G1 square. A quadratic here we are forming. 9G1 square minus 34G1 plus 16 is equal to 0. It is a quadratic in G1. It is a quadratic in G1. They asked for the sum of all possible values of G1. Now it is related with the next, the quadratic equations. That is, sum of the roots directly we get. That is, here it is a quadratic equation in G1. Hence the sum of the roots becomes as here minus b by a. Using that one, sum of the values of G1 becomes as sum of the values of G1 is equal to, directly observing the equation using the quadratic concept, minus b by a. It is 34 by 9. It is 34 by 9. So observing the options, 34 by 9 is the first option. First option is right. So problem contains AP and GP and basics, and moreover it is related with the quadratics also. It is the combination of two topics. Somewhat every student can solve this one because it involves the easy concepts. Just the substitutions needed, and also the sum of the roots and product of the roots of a quadratic equation. Next one. Consider E1 and E2 be the roots of the equation x square minus ax plus 2 is equal to 0. E1 and E2 are the roots of the quadratic equation. Set of values of A for which E1 and E2 are eccentricity of hyperbolas, then A belongs to alpha comma beta. And set of values of A for which E1 and E2 are eccentricities of hyperbola and an ellipse is gamma comma infinity. Then alpha square plus beta square plus gamma square they are asking. Problem is the combination of geometry with the quadratic expressions and quadratic equations. Geometry means it requires minimum knowledge of the eccentricity about the hyperbola and the eccentricity about the ellipse also. It is very familiar. The eccentricity of hyperbola is greater than 1 and eccentricity of ellipse is less than 1. By using this concept, we are solving this one, and moreover here E1 and E2 are the roots means their location is given here. So the problem is related with the location of the roots. Now first of all we are going to observing here the sum of the roots from the given equation is E1 plus E2 is equal to, here is A. E1 plus E2 is equal to A, and the product of the roots E1 E2 is equal to 2. The sum of the roots is A and the product of the roots is 2. Since very clear, the eccentricity is always positive. Since E1 comma E2 are greater than 0, definitely A is greater than 0. A is greater than 0. Now the case 1, first of all here E1 E2 are the eccentricities of hyperbola. E1 E2 are the eccentricities of the hyperbola means E1 is greater than 1 and E2 is also greater than 1. That is, the roots of the quadratic equation, both are greater than 1. Now, if the both roots are greater than 1, the nature of the curve is very, very important. Here observing x square minus ax plus 2, leading coefficient is positive. That's why it represents an upward parabola. It is an upward parabola. So, we are going to draw the upward parabola, and the graph may be like this one. Upward parabola means definitely it intersects the x-axis at distinct points or in the same point, like this one. And these are the roots. We know that this is, suppose I consider E1 without loss of generality, and this is E2. In this case, E1 and E2 both are equal. This KB may be involved here. It is involved. That is, no need to draw here. Next, both roots are greater than 1. Both roots are greater than 1 means E1 and E2 lies on the right side of 1. Right side of 1. And it is, we know that the axis of the parabola, is x is equal to minus b by 2a. Now here the conditions, observing the diagram, it is very clear. F of 1 is here, that is 1 comma f of 1. F of 1 is positive, and moreover the roots are real. The first condition is the roots are real means delta is greater than 0. For the given quadratic equation, delta we are going to calculate. B square minus 4ac, a square minus 8 is greater than 0. So from this, a square is greater than 8, it implies a is greater than 2 root 2. There is no scope to get the negative values because a is positive. A is positive, hence a is greater than 2 root 2. Next, here is observing both roots lies on the right side of 1. Right side of 1. So f of 1 is greater than 0. F of 1 is greater than 0. This is the point. This is f of 1. This is f of 1. F of 1 is greater than 0 means 1 minus a plus 2 is greater than 0. So it implies A is less than 3. A is less than 3. Now, by combining these, we get the interval of A. Interval of A. That is, A is greater than 2 root 2 and A is less than 3. And also, here f of minus b by 2a is also greater than 1. Combining all these, we get A values. Therefore, in this case, A belongs to semi-closed interval 2 root 2 comma 3. Comparing with the given interval alpha comma beta, we get alpha value. Alpha is equal to 2 root 2 and beta is equal to 3. Next, case 2. We discuss case 2. In case 2, one of the root is eccentricity of the hyperbola and one of the root is the eccentricity of ellipse. So, ellipse, let I consider E1 is the eccentricity of the ellipse. 0 is less than, E1 is less than 1 and E2 is greater than 1. Now, the roots are one is less than 1 and other one is greater than 1. So, with respect to 1, we are going to check here. That is, again we are going to draw the graph, that is x-axis and it is upward parabola, same concept. Here is, this is only E1 and this is E2. Now, one lies between these two. One lies between these two. Now, observing this is 1 comma f of 1 point. So, f of 1 is negative. Hence, here the condition is f of 1 is negative. F of 1 is less than 0. F of 1 is less than 0 means we know that already we calculated f of 1. F of 1 calculated means here f of 1 is, we are going to calculate f of 1 is 1 minus of a plus 2. 1 minus a plus 2 is less than 0. So, from this a is, here is a is greater than 3 and also it has the real roots means definitely a is greater than 2 root 2. Hence, the interval becomes as a belongs to open interval 3 comma infinity. Comparing this one with the given interval, gamma is equal to 3. They are asking alpha square plus beta square plus gamma square is equal to. Alpha square is 8 plus beta square is 9 plus gamma square is 9. It becomes as 36. It becomes as 36. Observing the options 36, we are going to calculate once again 18, 18. So, it is wrong. 18 plus 8 is 26. Here is 26. 26, option 1 is right. Option 1 is correct here. So, problem contains multiple concepts. Minimum knowledge about the hyperbola and eccentricity requires and also location of the roots. Somewhat lengthy problem, but solvable problem. Next one. There are n plus 1 coins. N coins are unbiased coins and one coin has two heads. A coin is randomly chosen and tossed once. If the probability of getting head is 9 by 16, then the value of n is they are asking. There are n plus 1 coins. N coins are unbiased coins and one coin has two heads. That is, that coin is biased. So, the bag or whatever the utensil, consider n plus 1 coins. Out of n plus 1 coins, n coins are unbiased, one coin is biased. One coin is biased means if that coin is tossed, we get always heads. That's why it is known as the biased coin. Now, a coin is randomly chosen and tossed once. Randomly chosen means the coin maybe comes from the unbiased coins or the biased coin. That's why there are two possibilities. Hence, we are defining two events here first of all. Problem is related to the probability and observing it may comes under total probability, I think. Just we check. Now here n plus 1 coins. Out of n plus 1 coins, there are n coins are unbiased. So first I am defining events. So first of all, event E1 I am defining as selecting unbiased coin. Unbiased coin. Selecting unbiased coin. So the probability of this one we know that total contains n plus 1 and unbiased coins are n. Hence probability of E1 becomes as n by n plus 1. Next, one more event I am going to select, that is, it may be selecting the coin which has two heads, right? Selecting a coin which has two heads. A coin has two heads. Then from this we get the probability of E2. So out of n plus 1 coins, there is only one coin. It has two heads. So the probability of selecting that coin is 1 by n plus 1. Now here the probability of getting head is given. So one more event we are going to define probability of getting head. Probability of getting head, that is suppose H, getting heads. Getting head. Now getting head here, observing in this experiment E1 and E2 are mutually exclusive and exhaustive events. So here probability of getting head means there are two possibilities. Getting head from the unbiased coin. If the unbiased coin is selected, then the probability of getting head, we know that for the unbiased coin there is one head and one tail. So probability of getting head from the unbiased coin means it becomes as 1 by 2, and probability of getting head from the biased coin. From the biased coin means here the biased coin contains two heads. Hence always it shows the head. Hence it is the probability, that is probability 1. So probability of H given E2 is equal to 1 by 2 and probability of H given E1 is equal to 1. Now they asked for probability of getting head. Probability of getting head means probability of getting head when selecting the unbiased coin, or means plus probability of getting head from the biased coin, that is H intersection E2. Now probability of H intersection E1 plus probability of H intersection E2 means you know that probability of using the multiplication theorem, probability of E1 into you can write probability of H given E1 plus probability of E2 into probability of H given E2. We have all the values here. Using all those values, we are solving this one. See that probability of E1 is n by n plus 1, probability of E2 is 1 by n plus 1, probability of H given E2 is 1 by 2, probability of H given E1 this is. See here 1 H given E1 and this is H given E2. Probability of getting head when selected coin is biased, it is 1. So probability of H given E1 is equal to 1 by 2 and probability of H given E2 is equal to 1. Now we are substituting these values in probability of H, that is probability of H is equal to probability of E1 means n by n plus 1 into probability of H given E1 means 1 by 2 plus probability of E2 means 1 by n plus 1 and this becomes as 1. Now we are simplifying this one. They are given here the probability of getting head is 9 by 16. So here I am substituting that. 9 by 16 is equal to, both are having common 1 by n plus 1. Here 1 by 2 plus 1. So this is equal to n by n plus 1. N by 2 plus 1. This is n plus 2 upon 2 times of n plus 1. 2 times of n plus 1. Here the left hand side is 9 by 16, right hand side is n plus 2 by 2 n plus 1. Observing n is equal to 7 satisfies. N is equal to 7 satisfies. 7 plus 2 is 9 and 2 into 7 plus 1 is equal to 8. So n is equal to 7. Here option 3 is correct. Option 3 is correct. Problem is simple, related with the total probability, and some students may be confused with the coin has two heads, so it is called as the biased heads. Whenever we are selecting that coin, the probability of getting head is 1 and the probability of getting tails is 0. Careful about this point. And the next one is the number of 4-letter words which can be made using the letters of the word inconsequential without repetition using 2 vowels and 2 consonants. So the problem is laid on 4-letter words and using the conditions. That's why first of all here we are going to check how many vowels and how many consonants. So for the solution, first of all vowels. we are going to calculate distinct vowels we want. So I is there and N is consonant. It is consonants. Like this, we are writing consonants. Consonants are. And next one is C. Next O is vowel. Next is N, no need to write because distinct vowels using two vowels and two consonants is equal to they are asking. So without repetition they asked that. So no need to write again and again. Next CONS, it contains S, E, next Q, next U, next I, no need to write, N, no need to write, T, next A, next L. These are the distinct vowels and distinct consonants. Distinct vowels and distinct consonants. Observing here distinct vowels, we know that cardinal V is equal to 5. And from this, distinct consonants are 6. Now, here the condition is 4-letter words. 4-letter words in which 2 vowels and 2 consonants. That's why first I am going to selecting 2 vowels from the total 5 vowels. That is, it can be done in 5C2 ways, and 2 consonants from 6 consonants. It can be done in 6C2 ways. Now we have the 4 letters. 4 letters can be arranged in 4 factorial ways. These are the total number of 4-letter words in which 2 vowels and 2 consonants appear without repetition. So 5C2 we have the value 10 into 6C2 is 15. 4 factorial is 24. Now this is equal to 10 into 360 is equal to 3600. 3600 words are possible, 4-letter words in which 2 vowels and 2 consonants without repetition. Very simple problem. It is very simple problem comparatively with the previous problems. This one is very simple, but little more observation is very, very important. How many vowels it has, different vowels, and how many distinct consonants the given term has. That is very, very important. Next one. If tan inverse of 1 minus alpha plus tan inverse of 1 minus beta is equal to pi by 4 and beta is equal to 1 by 3 alpha, then the value of 6 times of alpha plus beta is equal to, related with the inverse trigonometric functions and direct formula, it is tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. We have the formula tan inverse x plus tan inverse y is equal to, the formula is tan inverse of x plus y upon 1 minus xy. By using this one, we are solving this one. That is, by using this formula, tan inverse of 1 minus alpha plus 1 minus beta. In the place of x, we are replacing 1 minus alpha. In the place of y, we replace 1 minus beta. That is, 1 minus beta upon 1 minus of 1 minus alpha into 1 minus beta is equal to pi by 4. I am applying both sides tan. This becomes as 1 plus 1, 2 minus of alpha plus beta. Because they asked for alpha plus beta, that's why I am grouping that alpha plus beta upon here 1 minus, the multiplication of that one is 1, 1 minus 1 plus alpha beta, plus means minus we get this one also minus 1 minus alpha beta, next minus of alpha plus beta, that is plus, is equal to 1. Now we simplify this one, 1 minus 1 is cancelled, 2 minus of alpha plus beta is equal to alpha plus beta times of minus alpha beta. Now we are taking consideration alpha beta since they are given one point there. Since one point is given, beta is equal to 1 by 3 alpha. Beta is equal to 1 by 3 alpha. From this, alpha beta is equal to 1 by 3. I am going to substitute here. Once again, you check the multiplication. That is very, very important. 1, right? 1 minus of alpha plus beta plus alpha plus beta plus alpha beta minus alpha. Very good. Next one. See here, by using alpha beta is equal to 1 by 3, this one becomes 2 minus of alpha plus beta is equal to alpha plus beta minus 1 by 3. Alpha plus beta minus 1 by 3. We want alpha plus beta. That is, from this 2 times of alpha plus beta is equal to 2 plus 1 by 3 is equal to 7 by 3 by multiplying 6 times of alpha plus beta is equal to 7. 6 times of alpha plus beta is equal to 7. So, observing the options, first option is right. Problem is simple. Memory based, maybe there is any tricky, we don't know actually exactly. If this is the problem is very simple. Next one. If 1 plus cos x is equal to root 3 times of sin x, where x belongs to minus 2 pi comma 2 pi, then the sum of all the values of x satisfy the given equation is they are asking. So, related to the trigonometric equations especially, we are very well known how we are solving this type of equations means directly observing, we write this one as root 3 sin x minus cos x is equal to 1. Now we are dividing the entire equation with square root of a square plus b square, that is becomes 2. So dividing the entire equation with 2, root 3 by 2 times of sin x minus 1 by 2 times of cos x is equal to 1 by 2. Now root 3 by 2 we are writing sin of pi by 3 sin x minus, but we convert this one into the cosine, then it is very easy. So we are going to replace root 3 by 2 with cos of pi by 6. This becomes cos of pi by 6 sin x minus, this becomes sin of pi by 6 cos x is equal to 1 by 2. I am writing in terms of sin pi by 6. Now from this, it is the formula of sin of pi by 6 minus x or x minus pi by 6. Sin of x minus pi by 6. X minus pi by 6 is equal to sin of pi by 6. Now we have the formula for the general solution. Sin of x minus pi by 6 is equal to sin of pi by 6. The general solution becomes as x minus pi by 6 is equal to n pi plus minus 1 whole to the power of n into pi by 6. Now one by one we are going to check the solutions. They asked the sum of all the values of x satisfying the given equation they asked, and x value lies minus 2 pi to 2 pi they are asking. So x minus pi by x values, first of all we are going to calculate x minus pi by x. Suppose if you are taking n is equal to 0, x minus pi by 6 is equal to pi by 6. It implies x is equal to pi by 6 plus pi by 6. It becomes as pi by 3. So pi by 3. It lies in the given interval. Similarly, I consider n is equal to 1. That is x minus pi by 6 is equal to, by considering n is equal to 1, this becomes as pi minus pi by 6. It is 5 pi by 6. 5 pi by 6 plus pi by 6 becomes as 5 pi by 6 plus pi by 6 pi by 6. So x is equal to pi. X is equal to pi. Similarly, we consider n is equal to, like that we are going to check all the values. How many values are satisfying? We are going to check. N is equal to 2. N is equal to 2. X minus pi by 6 is equal to n pi, that is 2 pi plus pi by 6. 2 pi plus pi by 6. It is greater than, observing x is greater than 2 pi. So you neglect this one, x is greater than 2 pi. Now I consider n is equal to minus 1, x minus pi by 6 is equal to minus pi minus pi by 6. Now we are going to calculate x is equal to minus pi by 6 minus pi by 6 is cancelled, minus pi. Next, n is equal to minus 2, x minus pi by 6 is equal to minus 2 pi plus pi by 6. Now this becomes x is equal to minus 2 pi plus pi by 3, that is minus 6 pi plus pi minus 6 pi minus 5 pi by 3, minus 5 pi by 3. This is also in the valid interval. Therefore, the x values are x is equal to minus 5 pi 3 minus pi. Next, pi and pi by 3. Pi and pi by 3. So the sum of the values they are asking, the sum of the values of x they are asking by adding, sum is equal to these two are cancelled, plus pi by 3, minus 4 pi by 3. It becomes as minus 4 pi by 3. Sum is minus 4 pi by 3. Option D is right, minus 4 pi by 3. So problem is average model, and moreover in recent times in every shift there is a one question related with the trigonometric equations. Students, careful about this. Next one, 12th one. Points P and Q lie on the parabola y square is equal to 12x. The ratio of their y coordinates is 1:2 and the length of the line segment PQ is 3 root 13. If line PQ makes an angle theta with the positive x-axis in anti-clockwise direction, theta belongs to 0, pi, then sin theta is equal to, they are asking. So here theta with the positive direction means it is the inclination of PQ. So first we need to find the PQ slope by using PQ is equal to 3 root 13. So here problem is related with the parabola, but it needs some basic coordinate geometry that is from the first year. Now we start with the y square is equal to 12x is the given parabola. So a is equal to 3. It is standard parabola form of y square is equal to 4ax. So by comparing y square is equal to 4ax, this is the standard form, and a is equal to 3. As we know that P point and Q points are on this parabola, 81 square comma 281 model. 81 square means a is equal to 3. That is 3t1 square comma 6t1, and Q is equal to 3t2 square comma 6t2. These are the general point coordinates on the parabola. Now observing the parabola here, observing the parabola 3t2 square comma 6t2. Now what they are given? The ratio of y coordinates are given. Since given that the ratio of the y coordinates is given, so 61 by 62 are given. 61 by 62 is equal to 1 by 2. So from this T2 is equal to 2 times of T1. Now I am going to modify Q point. The Q point becomes as, by substituting 2 T1 here, 12 T1 square, comma, this becomes as 12 T2, 12 T1 square, comma, 12 T2. Now P and Q points with us. Now PQ distance they are given. Since PQ is equal to 3 root 13. By using the distance formula, here PQ we are getting, T1 we are getting, that is PQ x coordinates are 12 T1 square, 3 T1 square, 12 T1 square minus 3 T1 square whole square, plus the y coordinates are 12 T1 minus 3 T1, 3 T1 is equal to whole square, that is I think 12 T2 minus 6 T1, minus 61 whole square is equal to, this is 3 root 13, 3 root 13, 9 into 13. Now we are trying to simplify this one. 12 T1 square minus 3 T1 square becomes 9 T1 square whole square, plus 12 T1 minus 61 becomes as 61 whole square, that is 36 T1 square is equal to 117. Now I am making the perfect square here, that is 91 square whole square plus 2 times of 91 square into 2 plus 2 square is equal to 117 plus 2 square I am writing. By making the perfect square, very easily we get the 91 square value. 91 square plus 2 whole square is equal to 121. So from this 91 square is plus 2 is equal to 11. There is no scope for the negative because T1 square is always positive. So from this T1 square is equal to 1, or T1 is equal to plus or minus 1. Now slope of PQ we want. Slope of PQ. Slope of PQ bar is equal to directly we have the formulas. Here PQ means we know that y coordinate of P point I consider or slope y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1, that is y2 I consider as 12t1 square. There you write y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1. Q point coordinates, we know that the Q point coordinates are 12t2 minus it is 12t1 minus y1 x coordinate y1 coordinate is 61 by x2 12t1 square minus x1 is 3t1 square. Now PQ bar is equal to 12 minus 6t1 by 9t1 square. Now this is equal to t1 square is cancelled. It is 2 by 3 times of t1. 2 by 3 times of t1. Since t1 is equal to plus or minus 1, slope of PQ is equal to plus or minus 2 by 3. Therefore, tan theta is equal to plus or minus 2 by 3. It implies sin theta we get. Sin theta is equal to, it becomes as 13, that is a square plus b square is here 13 and 2. 2 by 13, since theta belongs to 0 comma pi. Sin theta is equal to 2 by 13. Observing the option is 2 by, observe here, once again 2 by sin theta is equal to root 13. 2 by root 13. Option 3 is right here, option 3. So problem is related with the parabola, and it has the parametric concept, parametric equations concept, and also slope concept. Thank you.
And now let's tackle some chemistry. Now let's look at some questions from mathematics. And now let's tackle some chemistry questions.
Okay guys, let us see the next question. So it is asked about a matching related to number of radial nodes and angular nodes. First, let us recollect the formula. Number of radial nodes. You can identify that number of radial nodes are given by, whether I am calling it as radial nodes or spherical nodes, they are same, which is given by n minus L minus 1. The number of radial nodes depends on both principal quantum number and as well as azimuthal quantum number given by n minus L minus 1. Whereas number of angular nodes or nodal planes. Angular nodes or nodal planes depends only on azimuthal quantum number L. For example, if I am seeing how many number of angular nodes for a p atomic orbital, let us suppose it as px, means the dumbbell is lying exactly along the x-axis, yz will be the nodal plane or one angular node. Angular nodes and nodal planes, the formula will be the same excepting only for one atomic orbital dz square. If specifically they are asking about dz square, then you can identify that the number of nodal planes are 0 for it, but angular nodes, two nodal cones you can get, angular nodes are still 2. Therefore, for any atomic orbitals, okay, number of angular nodes we can calculate it by L, whereas number of radial nodes or spherical nodes are n minus L minus 1. So let us see the question now, what matching they are asking about. 2s atomic orbital. So how many radial node? One radial node. N is 2, L is 0, minus 1. So 1 radial node is correct and 0 angular node, because s atomic orbitals are spherically symmetrical. So they are covering all the 3 axes and there are no angular nodes or nodal planes. Hence this is also a correct mapping. So 2s is mapped with 1 already. And how about 2p? So 2p has, you can identify a 2p atomic orbital. How many radial nodes? A 2p atomic orbital will have a 0 radial node. Means how much here? It is 2 minus minus 1 minus 1 0. 0 radial node and 1 angular node. A p atomic orbital will have 1 angular node. So a 2p atomic orbital should have 0 radial node and you can say 1 angular node. I think they have not given a correct mapping with this. Anything that is mapping here? This is 2p has 0 radial node and 1 angular node. So 2p has 0, you can say, radial node and 1 angular node. So how about 3p? So 3p has 3 minus 1 minus 1, which is equal to, you can find it as 1 radial node and 1 angular node. So 3p I can map with 3. So identify here for 3D. So for 3D, 0 radial node. Again 3 minus 2 minus 1. 0 radial node and 2 angular node. You can map here with 4. So 2p will have 2 radial nodes will be a wrong one. I think because it's a memory based question might be wrongly mapped here. So because A is mapping with 1, C is mapping with 3, D is mapping with 4. So might be the correct answer. If B has to map with 2, 2p should have a 0 radial node. Means all starting minimum principal quantum number allowed values for respective atomic orbitals. Like you can say 1s, 2p, 3d, 4f, they all will have 0 radial nodes. So this will be the correct mapping for this. If that is carried, then I can go with option A, provided I am making this correction, right? So let us do for the next one. Let us go to the next question. So almost for a simple calculation, direct formula based they asked about. So 0.25 moles of a non-volatile and non-ionizable compound is mixed with 1 mole of solvent. Find the percentage of relative lowering in vapor pressure. So this is coming to the colligative properties. RLVP, the relative lowering of vapor pressure of a dilute solution containing a non-volatile solute is equal to mole fraction of the solute, right? Means if a non-volatile solute is present in a dilute solution, its vapor pressure depends on the vapor pressure of the solution depends on the mole fraction of the solvent only. From that only, so means Ps is equal to P naught into Xb. From this I can conclude that P naught minus Ps by P naught will be Xa, provided the Van 't Hoff factor, clearly they have given as non-ionizable compound, means its Van 't Hoff factor I can take it as 1. So if I report what is the mole fraction of the solute, okay, in terms of percentages, mole percentages, so we will get our answer. So what is the mole fraction of the solute? 0.25 moles of the solute on total 0.25 plus 1 mole of the solvent. So hence it is 0.25 by 1.25. Its mole fraction is 25 5s or 125. You can say 1 by 5. Percentage means multiply this with 100, 20%. So our answer is here 20%. Let us see the next question. So on a colligative properties, a very simple calculation is asked. Calculation is also not tough. Look into the next one. Electrochemistry based on conductivity, conductance, application of Kohlrausch law. So as per Kohlrausch law, you can say the molar conductance of a weak electrolyte we can calculate by using molar conductance of the strong electrolytes because they can be easily calculated from the graphical relation. So hence what I can get it as here, molar conductance of, you can say, at infinite dilution barium sulfate. As per Kohlrausch law, at infinite dilution every electrolyte, whether it is weak or strong, we have to assume that 100% ionization, and there are no inter-ionic repulsions or attractions. Those are the assumptions of Kohlrausch law. Okay, so therefore, so whether barium ion is coming from barium chloride or barium sulfate, it is immaterial. So similarly, whether sulfate ions are coming from sulfuric acid or from any other electrolyte, it is immaterial. I should go with limiting molar conductance of barium sulfate is limiting molar conductance of barium plus 2 and limiting molar conductance of sulfate ions irrespective of their sources. That is the concept of Kohlrausch law. Now let us see here. Now how I get these two? For this, I am adding limiting molar conductance of barium chloride. I am adding, observe here, limiting molar conductance of, just a moment. So I am adding here limiting molar conductance of barium chloride, limiting molar conductance of barium chloride and limiting molar conductance of sulfuric acid. Okay, this is giving you what? Limiting conductance of barium plus 2 plus molar 2 into molar conductance of chloride ions plus, okay, 2 into molar conductance of H plus ions plus molar conductance of sulfate ions. But what I need only molar conductance of barium plus 2 and molar conductance of sulfate ions. What I doesn't need, okay, 2 into molar conductance of chloride ion plus 2 into molar conductance of H plus. Therefore, from this I am subtracting 2 into, let us say here, limiting molar conductance of 2 into limiting molar conductance of, just a moment please, 2 into limiting molar conductance of HCl. I am subtracting. Just they are given you in alphabetical, not even asked to do the calculation. So therefore the problem will become very simple. Molar conductance of barium chloride is X3, molar conductance of sulfuric acid is X2 minus 2 into molar conductance of HCl, X1. Hence our option will become A. Correct answer will become A. Right. So let us do the next one. They have given 1 mole of helium and 1 mole of A are taken in a rigid container at 400 Kelvin equilibrium. So observe here A reversible with B. This is reversible symbol. Okay, is established. Calculate the partial pressure of helium as well as B at equilibrium. They are asking whether it is asked in integer or options. So just it's a memory based question. This is what the information from the students we got. Now you check down 1 mole of helium. So initially at a time 0, so initial at a time 0, I am taking 1 mole of A, there are no moles of B at equilibrium. At equilibrium, what are the number of moles of A? Let us say out of 1 mole, X moles got reacted, therefore X moles of B are formed. Because here delta Ng equal to 0, in calculating the equilibrium constant Kc equal to Kp, volume has no significance. Even if I divide with 10 also, so concentration of B by concentration of A, volume will get cancelled. So directly Kc I can write it as concentration of B is X by 10, 1 minus x by 10, 10 and 10 will get cancelled anyhow. X by 1 minus x I can make equal as 4. So therefore, from this I am getting x equal to 4 minus 4x, hence 5x equal to 4, x is equal to 0.8 I got. So therefore, number of moles of B at equilibrium are 0.8 and A are 0.2. Now, what they are asking you to calculate the partial pressure of helium. So anyhow, at equilibrium also total number of moles are 1 plus 1, 2 only. Out of 2, helium moles are 1. So what will be its partial pressure? From PV is equal to nRT, partial pressure of helium. You can identify here. So n number of moles is 1, right? And R value 0.0821 into temperature 400 by total volume 10. So from this I am getting this as 0.0821 into 40. So this value is around coming out to be around 3 point. So do the multiplication of, means it is around 8 point, okay, 21, check down as here 0.821 into 4 its value. So obviously your answer should be 8 4s are 32, you are seeing around 3.2 you are getting your answer. So 3.284 atmosphere, if I am calculating up to the third decimal, 3.284 atmospheres I am getting. So similarly, what will be the partial pressure of B if you are asked about? Okay, so partial pressure of B will be again number of moles of B at equilibrium are 0.8 into R value 0.0821, temperature 400 by total volume 10 liters. So hence this is coming out to be around 2 you can identify 627 atmospheres if I am correcting up to the third decimal. This is also. So this is what partial pressure of helium and partial pressure of B, how this question has been framed exactly. So to be seen in the original question, but the outlet of this content is, we can go like this. Okay. So let us see the next question. Right. So little bit you can say conceptual tricky question they asked about. So if you are well practiced in the work done thermodynamics, you can answer this easily. So they are comparing isothermal multi-step and single step expansion and isothermal single step and multi-step compression. So first of all, work done in compression will be more than, you can say, expansion. Always you can identify that compression work. So for example, I am comparing here. So let us say, okay, so isothermal multi-step compression, you can say whenever I am going with the let us say here compression, right, pressure volume work. So you should do more work in single step for a compression to reach to the expected pressure. So single step, whether it is compression or expansion, the magnitude of work, okay, if it is compression, work is done on the system. If it is expansion, work is done by the system. So in a single step, more work is done on the system or by the system, and compression work is more than expansion work. So go according to that, and now easily you can arrange here. Out of the 4, isothermal single step compression is the first maximum work, next multi-step compression, next between W2 and W1 isothermal single step expansion, isothermal multi-step expansion. So single step need to be more work done by the system and W1. So this is what you can make out as, right, W3 greater than W4 greater than W2 greater than W1. Let us see the next question. Right. So this is from chemical bonding, very basic question they asked about the Lewis structure. It is not Vesper theory. They are asking about the geometries of the molecules. They are asking about the Lewis structure, means distribution of the electrons between the atoms of the Lewis structure we have to discuss. If I am taking sulfite ion and a carbonate ion, so verify here. If I am taking sulfite ion and a carbonate ion, so sulfite ion, which is a pyramidal structure, one double bonded oxygen, means 2 pairs of electrons I have to distribute, 2 lone pairs on oxygen. whichever single bond I am writing, on that I should write negative charge. So means you can make out as this is what? Okay, sulfite ion, negative charge and a lone pair on sulfur. So this is how the electrons are distributed in case of sulfite ion, whereas in case of carbonate ion, two pairs of electrons with the oxygen, two non-bonding pair of electrons on one oxygen, and two oxygens with three pairs of electrons with negative charge. Here also three pairs of electrons with negative charge. So this is what the distribution of electrons in case of sulfite and carbonate. Hence both the Lewis structures are different. They are not same. Hence out of the 5 options, I am selecting one this option have different Lewis structure. Whereas if I am going for peroxide ion and F2, in case of peroxide ion, between oxygen and oxygen, a shared pair of electrons O2 and -2 means on this oxygen, 3 pairs of electrons on this oxygen. Mainly Lewis structures means you have to show the distribution of electrons. Okay, even if you are not writing charges also, it is understood by default. If I am writing around oxygen 3 lone pairs means it should be negatively charged. Okay, so this is what distribution of electrons. In case of fluorine also, same distribution of electrons. Don't bother about the charges, formal charges they are. Okay, this is what. So they are having the similar distribution of the non-bonding pair of electrons and a bonding pair of electron. So hence I am not choosing this because both have the similar distribution. So how about in case of this is B I checked and A I checked that they have different, and now I am checking C here. So let us check C here. Cyanide and carbon monoxide they have given. So between carbon and nitrogen, if I am taking a cyanide ion, just you think it as, for example, I have HCl. I have removed proton. So I have a negative charge with a pair of electrons. This is pair. So that's why it's a bidentate like ambidentate ligand. Carbon can also a donor atom, or nitrogen, cyanide and isocyanate, but obviously carbon is a better donor atom, like this. So this can be here also on nitrogen a lone pair. Okay. So you can verify that. So the lone pair can be on carbon and also on nitrogen. Each one is having a lone pair. Negative charge can be on this or this. So this is cyanide ion. I can write one of the possible resonating structure. Whereas carbon monoxide, if I am writing carbon monoxide, once you verify, carbon monoxide, carbon and oxygen in ground state, carbon has electronic configuration 2s2 2p2, right? So those unpaired electrons with oxygen, two unpaired electrons 2s2 2p4. So I'm making a double bond. Now okay, whenever oxygen forms a third bond, it is understood that it is a dative bond actually, right? So now you check down, there is a dative bond from oxygen to carbon, but in drawing Lewis structure, dative bond and covalent bond has no difference, just we have to distribute the electrons, right? So therefore, as a result, there is a lone pair on carbon, and also you can verify there is a make out as, excuse me, so there is a lone pair on carbon and as well as there is a lone pair on oxygen. If correctly, if I want to spell the formal charges, oxygen as a donor atom, positive charge, and this is the negative charge. But in case of Lewis structures, whether they have similar Lewis structures or not, if they are asking, don't bother about the charges. See the distribution of electrons. Between the carbon and nitrogen, between the carbon and oxygen, similar distribution of electrons. Okay, you are finding 3 shared pair of electrons on carbon, 1 lone pair, on nitrogen, 1 lone pair. Hence, this is also, I am going with the similar distribution. So, how about ammonia and H3O plus? Nitrogen has 5 valency electrons. So, verify here, I am verifying here D. Nitrogen has 5 valency electrons. Out of 5, 3 electrons with hydrogen in sharing, right? 3 bond pairs. no more lone pairs on hydrogen. Now, one unshared pair of electron on nitrogen. One unshared pair of electrons on nitrogen. Check down. So, how about in case of water? In case of water, oxygen 2s2 2p4, you can make out as two unpaired electrons with a hydrogen and one pair of electrons actually by a dative bond with H plus. Water forming dative bond with H plus will give you actually H3O plus. Now, as a result, one lone pair is left on oxygen, right? Hence, don't look into the charges, the distribution of the electrons. Nitrogen has one lone pair and three bond pairs like that, oxygen also similarly. Hence, here also distribution of electrons is same. We are not going with this. How about here permanganate and dichromate? So, let us see here permanganate and dichromate. So, if I am going with the permanganate ion, so how I can distribute? Permanganate ion, manganese, 3 oxygens with double bonds, 2 pairs of electrons distributed, 1 with oxygen. Means if I am writing the lone pairs of electrons, wherever negative charge I am writing, that has 3 pairs of electrons, remaining 3 oxygens have 2, each oxygen has 2 non-bonding pairs of electrons. We call it as lone pairs of electrons. So both permanganate and chromate have tetrahedral structure. Chromate ion, once you verify, this is chromate ion. Okay, 2 oxygens with negative charge like this. Again, this oxygen with 3 pairs of non-bonding pairs of electrons, a pair of electrons, 2 pairs of electrons, non-bonding. So hence the distribution of electrons here, manganese with 3 double bonds and 1 single bond, here 2 double bonds and 2 single bonds. Hence again the Lewis distribution of electrons between the central metal and to the oxygen is differed here. Hence we are finding only A and E are differing in their Lewis structure, right? So basic chemical bonding question they are given about. Look for the next question. Right. So this is from the, you can say, general principles, okay, of elements, general properties of elements, both physical and periodic properties from P block. They have given aluminum is more electropositive than thallium because the SRP value of aluminum plus 3 to aluminum is negative, whereas thallium plus 3 to thallium plus 1. This is E naught. E naught value of thallium plus 3 to thallium is positive. So now what is the information you can get if SRP value is negative? What is the relation between SRP and SOP? If you have SRP value in your hand, just change the sign, you will get SOP. So greater the SOP, greater the tendency to get oxidized, right? So if I see the SRP value of Al plus 3 to Al is, as per NCERT, it is minus 1.66 volts. Whereas SRP value of thallium plus 3 to thallium is around plus 1.26 volts. What is the information I can get? Means thallium to get oxidized to thallium plus 3, its SOP is minus 1.26 volts. So therefore, and again, aluminum to get oxidized to aluminum plus 3, its SOP will become plus 1.66 volts. Therefore, who will get readily oxidized from metal to M plus 3? Aluminum will get readily oxidized to Al plus 3 than thallium, because thallium has negative SOP, positive SRP. Greater the SOP value, more readily it will get oxidized. Greater the SRP, more readily it will get reduced. In, you can say, P block, they have given 2 types of comparison of SRPs, plus 3 to 0 and plus 1 to 0. Now you check down. So therefore, aluminum is more electropositive. Electropositivity is tendency to lose electrons. Now aluminum more readily converting to Al plus 3, okay, to give 3 electrons because it have positive SOP value, right? Whereas thallium is not readily undergoing. That's why it is less electropositive than aluminum. Hence, it's a correct statement, right? For boron atom, some of the first three ionization energy is very high, thus that's why it forms covalent compounds. So in 13th group, boron compounds are, you will identify that they are relatively more covalent than the remaining. So that is also correct because the ionization enthalpy, some of the first three ionization energies are very high, hence boron forms preferentially covalent compounds. This is also a correct statement. So both the statements are correct here. So let us see the next question. Right. So make out as this is how equilibrium constant is depending on temperature. At two different temperatures, if I am comparing the equilibrium constant value, how I will compare? So log Kp2 by Kp1, if I am taking this logarithm of base E, I will write it as ln. If it is base 10, I can write delta H by 2.303 R 1 by T1 minus 1 by T2. This is the comparison, right? So log Kp2 by Kp1. So check it as calculate the value of delta H by R in K, but log Kp value directly they have given, right? They are asking about, I think what values they are asked about, we have to see. If it is directly ln value, ln Kp2 by Kp1 will be equal to delta H by R 1 by T1 minus 1 by T2. Whether you are, if this logarithm is of base 10 or base E is not mentioned. Let us do in both terms. If I am writing ln Kp2 minus ln Kp1, directly the values are given to you. Okay, 3.5 minus 2.5 is equal to delta H by R 1 by T1 value. Okay, this is T2 minus T1 by T1 T2. So 1 by T1, because T1 is less than T2, 1 by T1 will be more than 1 by T2. So therefore 1 by T1 should be 0.05 and 1 by T2 should be 0.04. So if I am calculating this, this is 0.1 is equal to delta H by R into 0.01. Hence delta H by R will be equal to 0.01. So which is equal to delta H by R. If I consider that logarithm is of base E, right, then I will get this value as 0.1 by 0.01 as 10. If I consider this as logarithm of base 10, then what I have to do? If it is logarithm of base 10, then both the values also, let us see, delta H by R value will be 2.303. I have to multiply with 10. Then it will be 23.03. Right? So hence our nearest answer will become 23. If it is integer, okay, we'll go with the 23 logarithm. So generally we consider of base 10. 23 will be the answer, right? Look into another question from D block. So in the applications of D block, you will find in the last page, should not be neglected the application. Each and every sentence of NCERT should be thorough. Okay, if you have neglected the Ziegler-Natta catalyst, go through it carefully. So Ziegler-Natta catalyst, which is, first of all, you should know here what do you mean by Ziegler-Natta catalyst. So it is titanium tetrachloride and triethyl aluminum. It's a combination of, okay, titanium tetrachloride and triethyl aluminum. C2H5 taken thrice. So there is a D block metal and also P block metal is there in this. In Ziegler-Natta catalyst, D block central metal ion has spin magnetic moment of 2.84 Bohr magneton, they are saying. D block is titanium. Titanium is in +4 oxidation state, 4s2 3d2. So means there are no unpaired electrons in this. A completely, you can say, noble gas configuration, you will get titanium +4. Hence magnetic moment should be 0. Hence it's a wrong statement. In Ziegler-Natta catalyst, P block element has +3 oxidation state? Yes, correct. Aluminium is in +3 oxidation state? It's a correct statement. B, option B. Basic vanadium oxide is used in the production of H2SO4. So in the preparation of sulfuric acid by you can say by contact process, where sulfur dioxide is oxidized to sulfur trioxide in presence of vanadium pentoxide, which is amphoteric, dominatingly you can say acidic, right? So therefore basic vanadium oxide is wrong. V2O3, V2O5 are basic in nature, not V2O5. As per NCERT, V2O5 is amphoteric. So hence, this is a wrong statement. Catalyst used in Walker's process has central metal with D8 configuration. So Walker's process also they mentioned in the application. In Walker's process, palladium chloride is used as one of the reactant. So Walker's process is used, you can say, if you are taking ethylene in presence of palladium chloride, right, and cuprous chloride, copper chloride, cupric chloride is used as a catalyst, you will find that, okay, it is ethylene got oxidized to acetaldehyde and palladium chloride is reduced to palladium. Palladium chloride is reduced to palladium. Here the role of cupric chloride you have taken is only because palladium is a costly metal for recycling to convert palladium to palladium chloride. Okay. So therefore palladium chloride is used. So hence palladium is in which oxidation state? +2. What is the ground state electronic configuration of palladium? It is not particularly nickel, palladium, platinum. All the three have different electronic configuration in ground state. Go through NCERT. 4s2 3d8 is nickel, but the same is not followed for palladium. Okay, so you will find that 5s0 4d10 is palladium. So palladium +2 is 4d8. Okay, palladium +2 you will find it as here 4d8. So only they asked about whether it has d8 configuration or not. Hence it's a correct statement. So you will find that both B and D statements are correct. Okay, A and C are wrong. Now check down. So in the same paper we discussed actually already about the tetrahedral splitting of d orbitals in tetrahedral field. But some students they are saying it as square planar complex, hence both the questions we are discussing there is a suitable answer I think for both. So already I discussed about the tetrahedral splitting, but look into the square planar complex. Clearly square planar splitting is not mentioned in NCERT, but okay, they are asking in mains, you should be thorough with the concept of splitting of, you can say, d orbitals in square planar also. You have to consider splitting of d orbitals in square planar as a special extension case of, you can say, octahedral. In square planar, whether it is octahedral or square planar, you will find that, okay, whether it is octahedral or square planar, so you will find that ligands are approaching along the axis. So hence how you have to think? First you think it as first octahedral splitting. So in free central metal all the 5 d orbitals are degenerate. If I am taking in free central metal all 5 d orbitals are degenerate. Okay. So when ligands are approaching, actually this is the correct diagram you can draw for approaching from the infinite distance, almost it appears like symmetry. Okay, all orbitals energy is increasing. So I am considering here potential energy is increasing in this direction. Now if you are thinking it as first, let us say octahedral splitting, when ligands are approaching along the axis, then what you will identify? So along the axis orbitals are what? EG set of orbitals, dx square y square and dz square, dx square to y square and dz square. These are EG set of orbitals. And T2G set of orbitals are of lower energy. These are dxy, dyz, dzx are of lower energy. So these are of lower energy. Now this is actually when ligands are approaching along the axis, just like you can consider it as octahedral field. Now you consider it as a special case, just you think it as along the z axis. So means ligands are approaching like this along the axis. Okay, let us say. So here there is a central metal, let us say. So ligands are approaching along the axis like this, x, y, z axis. So this is what you can find it as octahedral field. This is octahedral field. Now what you have to think, you think it as, for example, this is a z axis. You remove these two ligands. You are removing the two ligands from the z axis, then the remaining structure like a square planar, right? So hence you should do further splitting of these orbitals in square planar. They undergo further splitting. How they will undergo splitting? Who is interacting most with the ligands? Check it as here. Who is interacting most with the ligands means dx square y square. Whenever there is a square planar, dx square y square d orbitals when involved even in hybridization. So dx square y square is of highest energy, right? Who is the next highest energy means square planar means their approach is along the x and y axis. So therefore the next higher energy is this dxy. dxy. Okay, the dz square orbitals, okay, you can identify that it is less than this expected energy than even dxy. And now finally who is coming out to be the least? These two left over. What are those two? Like this multiple splitting will take place. dyz and dzx both are of degenerate orbitals. So therefore observe here in square planar complex the energy of d orbitals is dx square y square is of higher energy, next dxy, dz square, and then dyz and dzx are of equal energy, right? So of course entire splitting pattern is they have not given. Out of the given which I can go here, dx square y square highest, right? So dx square y square and dyz and dzx, it is coming out to be correct. The first one is correct. And dz square higher than xy, so it is wrong. So all the three are equal wrong. dxy less than dz square in d is wrong. So hence among the given options more appropriate I can go is here dx square y square more than dxz and dyz which are degenerate. Okay students, so these are the available questions for April 6th first session. So see you with the further questions and further question papers. So wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Narayana Group of Educational Institutions. I'm Deep Jyoti, and as you all know that we are running a series of question paper discussion for JEE Main session 2. And today's date is 6th April, and today we are going to discuss the question paper of shift 1. We'll begin with mathematics, and for that we have a very experienced KSR sir, and his actual name is K. Srinivas Rao sir, but is commonly known to his students as KSR sir. Welcome, sir.
Hi, madam.
Yeah. Sir, what is your reaction to this question paper? How the paper is?
Actually, today's morning shift paper overall it is very few questions are easy, and very few questions are typical hard questions are there, difficult questions
Difficult
are there.
questions are there.
So most of the questions are lengthy. What
Lengthy.
I felt, yeah,
All right,
lengthy
all
question.
right.
Time taking paper is there. Student have to finish physics and chemistry by 1.5 hours. If they spend for 1.5 hours for mathematics, they can do more
They
to
can
get
do
the
more questions,
good
yeah.
percentile. Yeah.
Right, right,
So as I heard that chemistry, physics are a little bit.
Right.
Yeah,
They were on the easier and the moderate level.
Then
Yeah.
definitely to get the good percentile, definitely they have to spend 1 hour and 30 minutes for mathematics.
mathematics.
Then they will be success.
That's the lengthiness of the paper speaks that you have to spend at least 1.5 hours for this subject. Alright, so let's begin with the deep dive of question paper discussion. We'll discuss each and every questions now, right? What is your reaction to question number 1?
Yeah, question number is regarding to sequence series. It is a very easy question only.
Easy question. Alright. Question 2?
Question is it is regarding to definite integration.
Yeah.
It's a property based, definitely property based question, and calculation is also a little bit lengthy.
Okay.
Not so much difficult, but lengthy question.
Lengthy question.
Calculation
Alright.
is there.
Question number 3?
Question number 3 is regarding to limits. Actually, this can be done by 2-3 ways, but one of the ways, easiest way is also there.
Right.
What way student started, it depends. It
Depends
takes
on the
time
student,
also.
yeah.
It takes time also, but shortly we
Short
can
trick
do
is
it
also
also.
there.
Both
Alright.
are. It depends
Yeah.
on the student.
Correct. Let's go to question number 4.
Yeah, fourth question is regarding to is statistics question. It is also not so much difficult, but a lengthy question.
Lengthy
Yeah,
question.
lengthy
All
question. Okay, here we have to solve sigma xi square value, sigma xi value and constant, and totally overall lengthy process,
Lengthy
but it is
process.
not difficult.
Not difficult,
Not
alright.
difficult.
Let's see some difficult questions and hope to see in the coming questions.
yeah.
Question number 5.
Question number 5 regarding to binomial theorem. This is also a lengthy question. Little bit difficult as per the student, but it is lengthy also.
Lengthy, okay. So question number 5 is a lengthy question as well as a bit difficult to the students. Alright, let's go to question number 6.
Yeah, sixth question is it is progressions APGP related question. This is also easy one. Question is not difficult but lengthy again.
Lengthy again.
Takes time.
Okay, takes
Yeah.
time. Alright. Question number 7.
Question number 7 is the mixed concept is there, and geometry and quadratic equations related question. So it is not difficult, but it is also little bit lengthy, not most lengthy,
Not
more
lengthy. Not
but
more lengthy, but
more
again
lengthy, but
lengthy
it is
on the-
calculation is there. something, yeah.
Calculation heavy question.
Yes,
Not very lengthy, but again lengthy.
Yes,
Okay, let's go to question 8, sir.
Question 8 is the problem regarding to probability, but easy question. Also.
Easy question. Okay, question 9.
Question 9 is regarding to permutation combinations. This is also easy question.
Easy
not
question.
Easy question.
Question 10.
Question 10 regarding to inverse trigonometry. Little bit it is also calculation lengthy, little bit the students feel little bit tough also.
Okay,
but question lengthy
Alright,
calculation is
alright.
there.
Question 11.
Next question number 11th is regarding trigonometric equations. Okay, this is question is easy only, but final to get final answer, student have to take care of the given interval and something.
Right.
But not difficult, not too much lengthy also.
Not difficult, not too much lengthy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to question number 12.
Question number 12 is it is difficult question and lengthy also.
Okay,
It is,
question 12. Finally, we have
regarding
gotten a
regarding
nice
to
combination.
parabola,
Yeah.
parabola geometry question. So it is good question. It is difficult as well as lengthy.
Difficult as well as lengthy. And
calculation,
perfect combination of difficult and
Yeah,
lengthy.
yeah.
All right. Question 13.
Question number 13 is areas under the curves question. This is also lengthy, difficult means difficult only in the view of students. It definitely it is difficult, to get the final answer.
Right.
Yeah, lengthy also calculation.
Okay, calculation heavy. Question 14.
Question 14, the difficult question.
Difficult question.
Difficult question, because to get the domain of the function, some step x is given. That's why you have to check integer to integer checking, lengthy calculation all there. In between, you have to take care of the calculations.
Correct.
Calculations, common domain like this. Then not too much difficult, but difficult only in the view of student. It is difficult and lengthy also. Take time taking.
Right.
Yes.
Question number 15.
Question number 50, it is a geometry regarding the hyperbola question. Question is easy but lengthy calculation.
Lengthy calculation, all right.
Question, it is not difficult actually, but different conditions are given. We have to solve all the cases. Then
only
take time
taking.
Yes.
Okay. Question 16, sir.
Question 16 regarding to circles. Circles, this also different conditions are given, but not so difficult, but little bit lengthy calculations.
There was hardly any question wherein I have heard that the question is not lengthy. Little bit or more, it is either ways lengthy, right? Okay, sir, on a scale of 10, how would you rate this question paper?
Total paper difficulty level, I will give, in view of students, I will give difficulty level, what you are asking about difficulty level or total overall student, how to
from student's perspective,
Yeah.
Based on difficulty, how would you rate?
6 or 7.
6 or 7 as per difficulty.
Difficulty total, lengthy or difficulty, both combinedly.
Yeah, if I'm asking about only lengthiness, how is it?
Lengthy means it is 7 to 8.
7 to 8%.
Overall, in view of student, 6 we can give.
6 we can give. All right. Okay, so question paper has gotten score of 6. All right. Sir, one piece of advice that you would like to give to the students who are going to appear for the remaining 3 shifts.
Yeah. The students remaining sessions also, they have to decide the paper, mathematics paper must be lengthy.
Right.
Sorry? Not too much difficulty is there. So my suggestion is, my personal suggestion is, make it finish chemistry by half an hour. Physics by 1 hour.
Yeah.
So deadly 1.5 hour
for
for mathematics. You have to fix like this.
Right.
Suppose it may be easy maths paper also tomorrow in coming sessions.
Right.
Yeah, regard that, but you have to plan like this. You have to decide definitely the maths paper would be
Lengthy. Right. So that's what students you have to take care, that you have to assume beforehand that the paper is going to be lengthy. So ensure that you spend that much of time with that particular subject, right? With that, thank you so much, sir, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Let us now discuss the physics question paper, and for that we have our very learned and highly qualified and experienced Neeraj Garg sir with us. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
All right. So, what is your reaction to this question paper?
This question paper, as usual, as we generally say, in physics paper is relatively easier. So even the first shift also, what we can say, the paper was relatively easier. But this paper is again, I can say it is a balanced paper because they are covering all the topics. And some questions are really straightforward questions based on the formulae and all that. And some questions are really moderate questions, and there they are checking understanding of the students as well.
Right.
Whether we are committing some small mistakes, so they are just hitting for those things. Whether we are committing those mistakes, so there are 2 or 3 questions like that. So I can say it is balanced, easy to moderate paper.
Is there any preference or merit of having a balanced question paper wherein the questions are being asked from all the different chapters?
Exactly. See, whatever the students are going through, so definitely they should have some balanced understanding of the paper.
Right.
So what you can say, yes, you should have proper understanding of the subject, and once you can go in that way, So that way some of the questions, because generally in the mains they don't ask to that extent,
Right.
but unless you don't have that balanced idea or balanced papers, it is difficult for us
It
to
is
go
difficult.
through.
Right, right. All right. Let us dive deep inside each question, sir. What is your reaction to question number 1?
Question number 1, as I can say, see it is from AC circuit, and that is relatively very easy just based on the formula.
Yeah.
They are asking simply the power factor in that question, and
All
power
right.
factor everybody knows, and they are giving you over data just to confuse you in the question.
Okay.
Because they are giving some over data, so whether the students are engulfed in those data, just thinking about whether how we will get that way or not. So that's a good question, I will say there, but the question is relatively easy. But some over information is given, so just to confuse the students.
To confuse the students, whether the student falls in that trap or not.
Yes.
Perfect. Let's go to question number 2, sir.
Question number 2 is on the vertical circular motion, and that's really is very easy question, I can say, because they are asking is a very common question. Most of the books and everywhere this question is available, so it is, I will say, it's very simple question.
Easy.
Just yes, based the concept, they are just trying to understand whether you are comfortable in understanding the energy conservations and what is the concept of circular motion. Rather than a vertical circular motion, you are comfortable in writing your radial accelerations and all that. So it is that way. So it is easy on that.
All right. Let's go to question number 3.
Question number 3 is basically it is from electric field. And once you know what are the formulas are there, again I say this question is simply based on the formula.
Alright.
If you can find what is the electric field intensity at the center of the semicircular ring, once the formula is known to you, you can easily go for this question.
Okay.
So that's again the formula based question.
All right, all right. 3 is also formula based. All right,
Yes.
let's go to question number 4.
Question number 4 is also, that is what we thus is from electrostatics, and this question is relatively is better, I will say, because here they are checking your understanding in the work energy relations and how to find if suppose some force is given, because they are giving you electric field is varying with position. So you should understand some concept, yes, work done by the electrostatic forces, the independent path being conservative forces,
Right.
and then they are asking simply how to find work done relation. So it is a sort of variable force, and then you have to calculate the work done. So this question is relatively good. I will say is moderate question.
Moderate question.
Yes.
All right. So 3 easy question and 1 moderate we have seen. All right, let's go to question number 5.
That question number 5 is again from your polarization, that is from optics chapter. So it is polarization phenomena. If you everybody understands what is the law of Malus, and if unpolarized light is passing through polarizer, then how the intensity is. So that is again is a direct state formula based question. So if you're comfortable with this, relatively very easy question.
Okay, let's go to question 6.
Next is a question number 6 is good question, I will say, because here they are really checking your understanding, because it is a question based from friction and Newton's laws of motion and friction, they can say. Here sometimes whenever we are explaining something, so if the frame is being accelerated, so here sometimes some hanging mass may miss some concept of zero force. So this question is again a good question, I will say. Yes, it is a really good question. So I will say for most of the students it may be a tougher question.
Yeah.
But if you have gone through the subject properly, I think yes, again.
Were
this is
this
it.
type of questions there in our GTM?
Yes, definitely in previous papers, if you say, even in Narayana, we really train them to such an extent, whatever the stand of the paper may be, we are capable of solving such questions. So we do give such type of questions.
So basically sir is trying to say that although the question may appear difficult for rest of the students, for Narayana it must be a cakewalk. All right.
It's going to be quite easy.
Okay, so we did question number 6, right? Let's go to question number 7.
Question number 7 is again very simple question. It's simple based on from simple harmonic motion and just asking whether you understand the equations of motion or not.
Right.
And they are giving you some amplitude and just asking. So again, it is going to be very easy question. I will say
Okay,
that.
let's go to question number 8.
Question number 8 is again, I will say some of the students may miss otherwise, but what we know, because what my experience says, because whenever they are asking about the energy, this is a question from the magnetic field. So in the magnetic field, suppose we calculate how is the calculation, means just asking one thing, how to form the magnetic field, and then they are asking some concept of energy density, something like. So they are asking what is the magnetic energy. So that way question, if you anyhow miss this volume concept over there, because energy density, sometimes most of the students just simply go for the b square upon 2 mu, sometimes they can do that.
Right.
Otherwise, it's a moderate question.
Yeah.
Sometimes our students may commit some mistake, otherwise, it's relatively easy.
All right. Let's go to question number 9, sir.
Question number 9 is again interesting in the sense like here in Narayana we are just really training such type of questions, because if you go for the magnification formula, magnification we generally go and say in the classes like if it is a refraction to the curved surface, because students are very, they are simply mugging up the relations. If they are writing the magnification, it is going to be image distance upon the object distance, they are writing V upon U. But if the refractive index of the two mediums are changing, then they have to be very careful. Then they are writing it as a refractive index, the object space upon refractive index, the image space into V upon U. So that factor, that's what they are generally missing. So that way I will say yes, even the previous means I think it was on second or third, I don't remember exactly the date, but they have asked this type of question.
They have asked questions
yeah,
on refractive index.
refractive index. But this is a good question again.
Good
I will
question.
say.
All
Good
right.
question. Sometimes
Cakewalk
may
for
miss.
Narayana Knights.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go to question number 10.
Yes, question number 10 is atomic physics. As a standard, most of the students just simply by heart this statement.
Yeah.
And this is the easiest question, so not a problem.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to question number 11 now.
Question number 11 is based on your Zener diode, your electronics part.
Yeah.
And in electronics part, here again in Zener diode, because he is giving you the power, in fact, so if you can find the power and writing these things, you should understand the concept of Zener diode, if the potential is constant. Those who get these ideas in their mind, for them they will say the question is relatively very, very easy. Okay. But for some of the students, they can say it is a moderate question.
Moderate
also.
question.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to question number 11.
Question number
11 we did, right?
Yeah,
12.
11. Question
Okay,
number 12 now we are talking about. Question number 12 is based on, means taken from general properties of matter. It is, they are asking the question on Young's modulus of elasticity. And in Young's modulus of elasticity, they are just checking whether you simply remember the formula stress upon strain sort of relations. So it is again a formula based question. It is relatively, I will say it is easy question.
All right. 12 is also easy. Let's go to
is.
question number 13 now.
Question number 13 is again, the moment if you remember the formulae, simply how to find it is basically is a question of the wave optics, and wave optics they are asking how to find the intensity relations. If somebody is knowing the intensity relation, then I will say this question is again quite easy.
Quite
so that's
easy.
easy question.
All right. What about question number 14?
Question number 14 is taken from thermodynamics, that is the first law of thermodynamics. And again, this is simply if you understand how to find constant, because most of the students this write PV work done by the means some process, they start writing nRT and they start looking for nRT. Sometimes they make PIVI. So here they are just targeting whether you are understanding that concept is PIVI or not. If you understand that thing, then question is again easy.
Okay.
Otherwise you can say it is easy to moderate.
Okay, all right. Let's go to question number 15, sir.
Question number 15 is very, very simple. It's a question from the nuclear physics, and they're asking about the mass effect and the energy relations. So it is relatively easy question.
Easy, all right. Question number 16.
Question number 16 is again, I will say it is a good question. For some of the students, it may be a difficult question also, because if you start solving by most general methodology, you may spend some time. But if you follow this nodal analysis as we do follow in our Narayana system, it's just to train them students in such a way, such type, whenever number of sources are given, then we always train the students need to do these questions by the nodal methodologies.
Right.
So those who are solving this question by nodal methodology will say it's very, very easy question.
Yeah.
But if you start solving this question by using a Kirchhoff's law and all that, is going to be a lengthy question.
Right.
So some of the students may feel it is going to be very lengthy, but it is not at all lengthy. So I will say it is again a good question they have asked.
Question.
Yes.
All right. Let's go to question number 17, sir.
Question number 17. That's what they are asking. That's very, very simple. It is error analysis. So it's simply in the error analysis, the students are understanding how to find the errors. So it's the most simple question of the paper. It's the simplest question, I will say.
I guess we are done with all the questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So students, please keep this in mind that these may not be the exact questions that you might have seen in the examination. These are the questions that we have gotten from our students, and these questions are memory based questions. Now, so my question to you is that if I ask you to rate this entire question paper on a scale of 10, what would you rate it?
Scale of 10 means if I say it is relatively, if I talk about easy to tough, suppose.
Right.
If I say easy is going to be when 1 to 5 something, and then I say 5 to 8 something, and then I say 8 to 10, then I will say it is going to be 5 to 8 somewhere like. So you can say yes.
Moderate paper.
Because some questions are really good, so some of the students may miss. So I won't say it is very, very easy.
Very, very
so
easy.
It is going to be
some
7.
questions are good. So basically it's a mix.
It's
and
a mixed balanced paper. Yeah.
It's a balanced paper. All right. Sir, now one piece of advice that you want to give to the students who are going to appear for the upcoming 3 shifts that we are left with.
The only thing I will say, Beteki, whatever question papers till date they are asking the physics. So physics relatively always we say is easy. No doubt it is easy, but some 2, 3 questions, 4 questions at the most we can say in the coming sessions, in this session I will say, mostly 3 to 4 questions in every paper they are asking good questions.
Right.
So what we say ki if you are just targeting on the formulae, how to use those formulae properly and go through each and everything, because we cannot skip anything. That's what I say ki even in these 20-25 questions what they are asking, because it's a memory based, so we are getting only 17-18 questions. But even in these 17-18 questions I'm observing that they are very easily and balancing the paper. So sometimes all the students they skip some portions, so I say don't skip. Go for the basic formulae, just revise them thoroughly and I hope you can get it very, very easily.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best to all for the coming exams. Take care.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, now let us discuss chemistry question paper, and for that we have our very learned Neha ma'am with us. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am. When you first saw the question paper,
Today's
Yes.
paper is easy breezy.
easy breezy?
Yeah, easy breezy, cakewalk, whatever you can call. I think most of those students who have appeared for this particular morning shift must be feeling very lucky.
All right.
was
All right.
easy.
So in that case, let us dive deep inside each questions. How was question number 1, ma'am?
Question number 1 was very direct question, slight calculation, but the values given like 4.7 grams, something which has a molecular weight of 94. You can see how easily it is calculatable, 4.7 upon 94. So yes, it appears to be numerical, but the values given are quite simple. The concept used is direct.
So it's very
Nothing
easy.
much,
All right.
yeah.
Question number 2.
Question number 2 is, I think for all those students who have covered kinetics, just see, they won't even pick up the pen. See, half-life is given 3 hours. After 6 hours, what percentage? 25%. What left? Like,
Right. Right. Okay. Let's go to question number 3 then.
question number 3 is memory based from Biomolecules chapter.
Okay.
And again, vitamins are asked, vitamins with their use and sources.
Yeah.
These are the only 2 points that students have to learn from NCERT. So if they have learned, and if the options that we were told by the students, if these are the options, then it becomes very easy.
All right. All
Because
right.
they may not know all the 4, but 2 most of them must be knowing.
Correct. Question number 4.
Question number 4 is, you won't believe, it is from the data table from physical properties of compound from NCERT.
Right.
So I always tell my students that with different editions of NCERT, they keep on changing the physical properties table. So always go through.
Yeah.
Whenever they change or whenever such tables are there,
Right.
they frame questions from those tables.
Yeah. So it becomes very important for the
Yes,
students to
yes.
take care of those tables. Perfect. Let's go to question number 5 then.
Question number 5 is again what appeared to us or what students tell. Statement 1, that they are metamers. It is such a good trick. All students should be trapped in this particular, because they are not even isomers. First thing is they should count carbon. So if no need to know, like metamer is something that children dislike. So by that they will get tensed, but they made it easy by not even having the same carbon. So that way it is very simple.
Okay. Let's go to question number 6 then.
Question number 6, simple calculation, mole concept, empirical formula
Empirical
calculation,
formula,
what
yeah,
to
very
say,
easy.
very easy.
Yeah. Question 7.
And question 7 is tetrahedral complex, simple.
Simple. All right. Question 8.
Question 8 is again, okay, yes, there are 2 statements to be analyzed, but they are direct and simple.
Okay. All right. Question number 9.
Atomic structure, all-time favorite. And again from the series only,
Right.
the spectrum series.
Yeah.
So it's simple.
Also, question number 9 is also
Yeah,
simple.
yeah, simple.
Fine. Let us move on to question number 10.
Question number 10 is from 2 name reactions they have used, 2 general reaction, alkyl halide chapter, basic question.
Correct.
Not time taking.
All right.
Not time taking.
Question 11, ma'am.
Question number 11 from basic atomic structure, shape of various orbitals.
Yeah.
But if they remember the exact shapes and the angular node and radial
Yeah.
node, I think this for 50% students they'll leave it, because
Yeah.
usually students leave this
But
node and
there's a
radial node.
formula also, no, to calculate the radial node and the angular node.
It has everything. Like
Yeah.
those who have done it can do it directly.
Right.
But sometimes children just for no reason they leave this node. Node is very tough, madam.
It's
Let's
very
see.
easy. It's
Very
also very
direct.
easy.
If you know the shape also,
Yeah.
you can do it.
Correct. Exactly.
Yes.
Question 12.
Question 12 is directly formula based from colligative property,
All
relative
right.
lowering and vapor pressure,
Yes. Question number 13.
electrochemistry, conductance, limiting molar conductivity. Very, very easy.
All right.
Very easy.
Question number 14.
Question number 14 is from chemical equilibrium. And if this is what is actually, you might again not pick even the pen.
Okay.
Just by general analysis, we can reach what possibly the answer is.
Right.
But we are assuming that possibly what appeared is something incomplete.
Right,
They
right,
might
right.
have made it more complex than what is coming to us.
Okay, all right. Let's go to question number 15 then.
Question number 15, see, this is such a basic question from thermodynamics. Different processes and the work done.
Work done, yeah.
So, this is what is taught in the initial few lectures of thermodynamics, basics.
Okay.
So, if they are good with thermodynamic basics, direct question.
Direct question, all right. Let's go to question number 16.
Question number 16, I will not say it is tough, but it is time consuming. Because see, there are 5 pairs given.
Yeah.
And you have to analyze different Lewis structures for all the 5. And with 5 there are pairs. So 10 Lewis structures you will analyze. That will take time.
Yeah.
Taking 10 Lewis structures and then selecting more than one correct combinations. So time taking.
Time
it is
taking,
not tough,
but time
yes,
taking.
but time
Shall
taking.
we keep this question in moderate level?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Question number 17.
Question number 17 is okay, but again it is slightly time taking.
Okay. Okay, 17 is also time taking. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's go to question number 18.
18 is a combination of so many concepts. So this I will grade it as a little tougher side.
Tougher question.
Only 1 or 2 questions in the entire paper we will grade it as tougher. And why we will grade it this one as a tougher? Column 1 has the name of amino acids.
Right.
So they need to know the structure.
Yeah.
If they are good with that, then they have to go to column 2 and have to know which reagent reacts with which functional group.
Right. Quite difficult,
So,
quite difficult.
It is, yes, it is little
Knowing
tougher
the
side.
name of amino acid is only a task for
Yes.
them. Then remembering the structure is again something
Remembering
too
the
much.
structure and then matching with the correct combination
Right,
of
right.
reagents. So this is
Time
this
taking.
is
Time taking as well as tough.
Tough.
Cool. Let's go to question number 19.
19 is again time taking and tough also, because what they have done is A, B, C, D, 4 statements. We have to consider those 4 statements and identify which are correct.
Right.
If you'll read those 4 statements,
Yeah.
they are from 2 are from Ziegler-Natta, but other 2 are from different chapters.
Right.
So it is, if you forget even one particular
thing,
chapter concept in this, you will lose the
Then
marks.
you are gone. You may lose the marks.
So it is like a multi-correct. It takes time.
Multi-correct.
Yes.
All right. Let's go to question number 20.
Question number 20 is back to simple.
Okay.
Alcohol reactions are asked. Easy. Options are also not that tricky. So okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the last question. That is question number 21.
Oh, entire session 1 we waited for this. Excuse me. Session 2 we waited. Chromatography finally came. So 21 is a chromatography question. After a long time it appeared. Whosoever has read chromatography, this is a gift to them, because you just have to know basic answer is first.
Yes.
I will say some of the smart kids will even do this without knowing the concept. You must have done these type of puzzle, find the odd one out of the following.
Right.
Just see the value of RF is 0.42 and out of the 4 only 1 is less than 0.42, rest 3 are above.
Yeah.
So even
like
if you
also
don't
have to use a common sense at times, if in case you don't know the concept, right?
So the smart ones. And I think actually engineers need to be smart ultimately. Need not to be everything known.
But again, common sense is not that common.
Yes,
Right.
that is,
so
I
that
agree.
is something that the students have to
I
use.
couldn't agree more. Common sense is certainly not that common.
All right. Ma'am, so on a scale of 10, what is
6.
your rating? 6?
6. Only one question till now we have found
Good, of a
which
good
is of
quality.
good quality. Otherwise, just moderate. So I would say कि in recent 5-6 papers, I think this is 7th, na?
Yeah.
This is 7th paper. This is like very simple side.
Very simple. So,
First
okay,
day,
so
first
we are
paper,
seeing-
and these are of similar.
All right. So, like, let us compare all the 7 question papers that we have seen so far. Where would it stand, like in terms of easiness?
Easiness, easiest में last, like the most easy if we grade 2, 2nd April morning, and this one.
Okay. So
Are they like-
this today's paper was one of the most easiest.
They are
paper.
competing for who will be the easiest one.
All right. Okay. One piece of advice for the remaining 3 shifts for the students.
Continue your confidence. Papers, whatever come, you be prepared with NCRT.
Right.
Just read NCRT.
Right.
We are continuously observing nothing is coming out of
Out
NCRT.
of the NCRT. And the the questions level is also not very difficult.
Whichever topic, even if you're scared of, and if you have 2-3 hours, read that chapter from NCERT.
Right.
There is almost becoming 60% chance you
Correct,
can
correct.
score
So,
that.
Score that question or solve that question. Perfect.
So
perfect.
just most of the students are scared of 1 or 2 chapter here and
Right,
there.
right.
Don't be scared. Read NCERT with calm mind. You will be able to score.
You will be able to score.
Yes.
Perfect. With that, ma'am, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.